They can't hear me? Would that work?
Assist me this evening. And I know you wondering, well, Elder, I'm here every Wednesday. And I know you wondering, well, Elder, I'm here every Wednesday. And I
Okay.
assist me.
Shalom, shalom. Test it, test it. Mic check 1, 2.
I'm gonna trash that. Let me go. No better than that. How you doing, young man? First and foremost, Elder, I'm shocked. Will God's people, Israel, stop falling for the deception? Now, first and foremost, Elder, I'm shocked at this point with the fact that you were able to come in and actually assist me this evening. And I know you wondering, well, Elder, I'm here every Wednesday, right? If the Most High permit, if you're not traveling, right?
Right.
Well, a good man like yourself, based on the word out there, should have been raptured already. And I'm being a little facetious here, but you still got a number of our people still believing in the rapture deception. Now I'm going to go into that in the academy, and I'm going to show you that, folks, that's another Edomite lie. Okay?
Right.
Edomites, Esau. Jewish people are Esau, Romans. The bloodline, Christ's seed, chosen seed, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. Esau is Jacob's brother. So, you know what I'm saying? Just like Ishmael. Ishmael is Isaac's brother. So it's Abraham, Isaac, not Ishmael, right? Arabs. That's the father of Arabs, right? Then it's Jacob, not Esau, right? Esau is the father of white people, so we gotta wake up. Physical bloodline seed, bro. That's why there's a spiritual warfare. And Jacob and Esau is Christianity and Islam against us today. So Jacob's trouble. So people gotta wake up. And Romans aren't just a group. That's like white people in general, or Edomites. So, hey, read the Bible, bro. They allow King James Version, AE books, deal with the Bible outside Christian religions. All these religions, how they are satanic from Babylon. Christ is dusting with hair. It doesn't matter according to the Bible. Revelation 1:14-15. King James Version. Christ's real name is Yeshua. That means my Savior in ancient Hebrew Venetian, right? My Savior in English. Exodus 3:13-14. I am that I am. In English, ancient Hebrew Venetian, Ahia, Ashur, Ahia. So that's their only names, and the other name is Satan. That's their name for forever. They don't change. They don't lie. And there's another thing. Deuteronomy 26:8, Deuteronomy 26:8, Israelites ran into slave ships into America to be sold to men. That's because they broke the laws. Real Israelites. So simple.
When is Edomites lying?
And if they lie on Christ, they lie about everything else. So you gotta wake up.
Media.
And the Bible says herbs cures all things, all sicknesses and all that stuff, diseases, whatever. Herbs. So anything outside of that, Christ says there's two masters: the Most High and Christ in the Bible, or Satan. So if you ain't following the Most High and Christ in the Bible, you're dealing with Satan.
When they're trying to convince you to do something, right? These people have power through psychology. Esau set traps, okay? And then laugh behind and giggle behind your back once you fall into them. They're good.
17. Let's see something. 17.
Okay? And then
Gotta make sure I freaking hear myself, I guess.
okay? And behind your back once you fall into them. They're good. Media. When they're trying to convince you to do something, right? These people have power through psychology. Esau set
Former sorcery.
traps. okay? And then laugh behind and giggle
Snares of the follower, by the way. Snares.
behind your
Snares to the unwise. Stumbling blocks to the unlearned. God's people are destroyed for lack of knowledge.
back once you fall into.
Knowledge is the Bible, by the way. Because the Bible says the knowledge of this world and this world of Satan is foolishness with the Most High. So, because Satan brought knowledge too, tree of good and evil. He brought that evil, right? So, it gotta be righteous knowledge, not satanic knowledge, because that's what these governments be doing. How they get this advanced technology and UFOs. They sacrifice, child sacrifice, and do all this crazy stuff to get knowledge and power. Satanic knowledge. Fallen angels came down, Mount Hermon, dealt with women, and they taught man sin, war, metals, advanced technology. So it has to be righteous knowledge, not satanic knowledge.
They're good for that, folks. They even do it, let me tell you, they even do it at the corporate jobs. Right? You should see some of the email they sent back and forth and all that, and how they set traps while people and sit and giggle and laugh. Or they'll put a ditzy, nonsensical Edomite girl who have no sense, just came out of college, an intern, a qualified person. Girl who have no sense, just came out of college, an intern, over a qualified person. Like our people. Like they're gonna give you their own little, you know, job toy to play with. Oh yeah, you can just be over them. You can be overqualified and everything, and they'll just give them a person, an actual person to play with. Folks, I worked in the first Fortune 500 company, right? I know how the emails go back and forth. And guess what? I know how they operate, especially when they think. When they think in their mind, you're down with the bull they're shoveling. Right? Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, folks. Esau is a trip. How many of you know the Edomites came up with the rapture? Straight nonsense. But before I go into that, Elder Lawyer, let's unpack this. Let's start with Edomite deception number 1. Look at these fools walking down the street right here. And I'm going to give y'all some insight to what's going on. Fair use. Oh. Let's go here. All right, let me go here. I'm going to put this on the studio display also. Listen to this.
Charlie Kirk. He was a racist.
That's crazy.
He was a racist.
Now, let me tell you what you got here with the people with the mask on. A guy right here who knows where he's from with the Jamaican hat on and the brown and the beads, right? Look at it. Look at this guy right here. Talking about Charlie Kirk.
Yep. Demon-possessed pagans, but it's all on purpose. They use people's... Honestly, I'm telling you, they use people's deaths to push political riots and stuff, or like government, either it's a natural tragedy or the government does it themselves. But yeah, they use that stuff like that to get us in the streets and shit, like pretty much. Because it doesn't matter if you're deceived through like religions or the government, because dealing with the government or religion is satanic. Like, you can still have good morals or whatever, good values or some shit. If you're somewhat righteous, demons will always be against you. So yeah, demon possessed people. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of the people are demon possessed. So.
Speaking of how long will we fall for their deception, folks? This is nothing but DNC, Democrat, Black Lives Matters playbook, rolling it out, trying to connect us with the Charlie Kirk thing that we have nothing to do with. That's all.
Yeah, that's a program. Like when you go on YouTube, like let's say you're on YouTube just watching anime, nothing but anime, nothing else pops up. Then all of a sudden, when Charlie Kirk, what happened to him? Then all of a sudden, all of it's popping up, like out of thin air, and you have like you're not even subscribed or even look at anything like the news or nothing. So that's how you know it's a government, because media, the government, the news, and all that is programming. It's a program, so you know it's a program, and they want you to see this. They want you to know this. When if you get on YouTube to like hunt, to watch anime, to Marvel, DC, you don't look up nothing like that. Then one day when you just see it pop up, and like you have like never ever even subscribed, clicked on nothing, seen nothing for months, that's how you know it's an agenda in our program for sure. It'll have people get mad and get in the streets, and that's how they make new laws, new policies, get the military in the damn streets. It's all a program. It's all according to the prophecies in the Bible. So people are programmed, bro. They're following right in the program.
All this is, they're trying to roll out a Black Lives Matter script in hopes that our people will be provoked into going out in the streets and protesting. Now that the armies will be just sitting there waiting to embrace these looters and these instigators with open arms. Okay? This got Fed Op written all over it. Okay? Right? So this is an operation. Ignore it. Don't think anything of it. It's setting a trap. Okay?
Yes, man.
It's setting a trap. There's nothing but white liberal nut jobs behind this particular demonstration. Right? And if our people don't go out, get triggered to vote Democrat, these white crazed liberals will lose their monies given to them through the NGOs, the nonprofit NGOs they collect money through to make sure their children get generational wealth. So they get paid off of instigating and agitating our people. Right? When you see these things,
Kind of the same with the doctors. To get paid on people being messed up, by the way. Same thing.
get your popcorn, right? Your favorite beverage, and sit back and just crack up and don't listen to the nonsense. Okay? We wasn't even thinking about any Charlie Kirk a month ago. All right?
Yep.
Now, you can't go on any platform online without seeing it. All right?
Yep, exactly.
So what you do? Ignore it. Ignore it. Right? You with me, Elder?
Don.
Ignore
Yes,
it. They showed a story of a black guy getting hung in a university. I don't believe anything coming out of these universities. Okay? This is where they get their radicalized satanic nut jobs to drive the youth politically, and usually it hurts our people in the long run. So if they say a black guy got hung, guess what? If it didn't happen to you and you didn't see it, ignore it. Okay? I'm going to show you how to get through Esau's traps. Right? Okay? So here's another, they done squeezed, the white nut job Satanists have squeezed everything they could out of the Black Lives Matters lemon. Okay? But here they go again.
He was hating. He was hating. Justice for justice for
And what they probably did, got this guy out of a corner somewhere. No matter where they got him, probably raised one of these crazy white families. They be doing all types of things to these crazy these kids over these crazy liberals. Or, who knows? I gotta admit, sometimes, Elder Lawyer, our people can be they can be purchased for a small, a small stipend.
Right.
Right? Who knows? probably, you know, $15,000 and 2 cartons of Newports. All right? 2 cartons. Yeah, it sounds about right. 2 cartons of Newports. About $15,000, $20,000. Get him out there because you got to have a black face in front of it. All right? Just to get it cracking a little bit. All right? And who knows? Probably parole expunged or something. You know, I mean, you can always go into jail and get somebody out for a nominal fee, right? So, you know, 2 cartons of Newports, menthol works it out. A little parole and about 15 to 20 grand, right? Usually you can get this thing popping. Right? So let's talk about Esau's character real quick. Brothers and sisters, you're doing a great job holding the line. Okay? You know, swipe, keep on swiping when you see stuff like this. And anytime you hear that something happened and the bullet had inscriptions on it, okay? Just say, listen, just turn the page, all right? What they're trying to do is, in any state, tighten up gun laws where people will not be able to protect themselves while they're giving what? Firearms to a lot of the foreigners who joined the military during the time that Biden let them into the country. So they're disarming citizens of the United States, but putting laws on the books where what? You got it. Laws on the books that will stop you from being able to protect yourself from the foreigners they let over here. Okay? So let me show you real quick. They went and got T off the corner and say, man, listen. All right, we're going to hook you up. We're going to give you some parole. We're going to give you 2 cartons of Newports. And we're going to get 30 people behind you. You know, LBGTQ is all attached to this too, folks. But they, you know, they've been getting that work. So they just in the background right now. They've been getting that work. So, you know, they say, okay, we done ran the black woman thing into the hole. Black women done lost their jobs and all that and realized they've been double crossed by the same crazed satanic white liberals. So let's use a black guy this time. You know, we already had the NFAC, the Not Effing Around committee during Black Lives Matter. Esau say, let's see if we can use that script. Right? Y'all think I'm joking? That's a real organization, folks. The NFAC, baby. The NFAC. That's a coalition right there. You know, shaped out of Black Lives Matter, black nationalism, black separatism, something that's made out of a Hollywood script. And the leader of the NFC was John Fitzgerald Johnson. That's right, Grandmaster J. Okay. Was his operative, his alias name. Right? See, you see that ounce in the middle of that? That's serious. See that ounce right there? The only thing truth about this is that eagle that you see around it. Because it's Esau who created the NFAC, all right? Let's get this thing right. That's right, man. That's right. No justice, no peace, you know? You know, we're going to get these Negroes stirred up. It was a militia group. Let's get these black folks stirred up in here, lawyer. That's right, the NFAC. If that's not an operation, I don't know what is. And look at their leader. Look at their leader. Uh-huh. There it is. There it is. Let me show you. There it is right here, baby. The NFC leader speaks currently legal status, hip hop and guns. It's like, you know, some white nerds, Amalek came up with this guy. Hey, what do you think appeals to the blacks? There was a group called Grandmaster Flash. And Jay-Z is popular too. Hey, I got it. Let's put it together. Grandmaster Jay will be the military leader, the militia leader that will lead Black Lives Matter to victory. How was that? How do you like that? You think the Negroes will go for that?
It's a program. It's a lie, bro. Gotta wake up. All that stuff, can't follow. Gotta be up in that Bible, bro. Follow the Bible. None of this other crap.
Where are we gonna get Grandmaster Jay? Oh, we got. I mean, we got a guy we can parole and, you know, give him $35 and you know, get him in the work release program and give him $35 an hour. If he act right, you know, he get that ceremonial 2 cartons of Newports, right? No justice, no peace, huh? Like, yeah. See, that's how Esau does it, right? So let's talk about it. This is how stupid they think our people are, folks. Just listen, and guess what, folks? They're not even trying to make these stories they putting out. They're not even trying to convince people it's true anymore. It's as if they want you to know that we're just using these stories to come after you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Oh yeah, by the way, I mean the perpetrator had a trans girlfriend, and when he climbed down, he made sure he left the shells of his bullets on the side right next to the building that was inscribed that he's coming after MAGA. You know what I mean? He had a little inscription machine to be able to actually, this kid, 90 pounds, soaking wet with rocks in his pocket, no money, married to a trans, but he got all the money. He got this sophisticated machine that can leave full manifestos on the side of bullets. Okay? So let's go into it. Let's go into Esau's character, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Let's go into Esau's character, right? Let's go to the Bible real quick. Let's go to the Bible. Let's talk about Esau's character. Because he's always trying to deceive people, right? Right, all right. So, Job 13:4. Let's read it.
Yes, sir. The book of Job, chapter 13, verse number 4.
Yes, sir.
But ye are forgers of lies.
Ye are what?
But ye are forgers of lies.
Ye are forgers of lies. Folks, they forge lies. They go into their boardrooms, Bilderberg, the Economic Forum over in Europe, even within City Council and the government, and they forge new lies in an attempt to deceive us, folks. We're the only people who give out votes based on being angered racially. That's stupid, and they know it. How much is Barack Obama worth now compared to when he was voted in? Another foreigner. That has nothing to do with us.
Yep, just like Kamala Harris. But yeah, you can't vote based off emotion. You need logic. Because if you're voting based off emotion, people can manipulate you through that emotion to get what they want. Like, if you're mad at somebody, you're going to vote the opposite. If you're mad at this guy on the right, you're gonna vote for the left automatically. It doesn't matter what he believes, what he's following, what he's doing. You're mad at this guy on the right through media, through the news, portraying him as a way against you, as they say, as they lie. So you're gonna vote the opposite, the other side, automatically. No logic, no reason. Like that's what they do. It's a program. Like people gotta wake up, do the research, follow the Bible. All right.
And it cannot relate with us, to us.
And it's not even just voting. It's just anything, really. You just gotta use logic. Use logic and shit. Okay.
How much is him and Michelle Obama worth? Hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars, folks. But yet, if they can anger you into voting for him, they get paid. The white liberals who put him up get paid, while our people continue to suffer. So they just try to forge a new lie in an effort to get us back on the Democrat satanic train that have always destroyed our people since the Israelites were brought over here on slave ships. Right? It's the same thing.
Yep. Psychology, mind manipulation.
Wash, rinse, repeat. Right? Forges of lies. And they are what?
Ye are all physicians of no value.
And they are physicians of no value. You very rarely hear Christians and people going into this Bible reading the scriptures where our God is telling us not to trust them. Now, people try to claim that the Bible is a white man's book. All through the Bible, God tells us not to trust them. They are physicians of no value. Why? Physicians were normally in the past, in ancient times, physicians used herbs to heal people. But their physicians is of no value. What good is your physicians if you're on a medication for the rest of your life?
Yep.
I need y'all to think about that.
Yep. The word witchcraft in the Bible, right? Means pharmaceuticals and medication. And by the way, the Bible says herbs cure all things, not pharmaceuticals or medication. You know? So people gotta wake up. Medicine doesn't give you 30, 20 side effects, including deaths of suicide and death. It's not medicine. If you're worser, you would have been better off not taking nothing than taking the medicine with the 20, 30 side effects. You would have been better off just dealing with that one little problem, that one problem you had. Now you gotta deal with like multiple. So again, the Most High, the Creator said herbs cure all things, bro. Vitamins. People mostly be vitamin deficient, no herbs, right? They're eating all this processed junk food, convenient food. They don't cook for themselves. They're eating fake food, right? And all that, by the government and all that. So, people gotta wake up. So,
It's folks.
you don't need no drugs. The first drug was treat good and evil. So,
I need y'all to think about this. Who do you go to for something, for a service that they get paid high earning money, high end money, and there's no consequences for failure? There's no consequences for doctors failing you.
failing you means killing you, by the way.
I need y'all to think about this. There's no consequences.
You put your trust in these doctors because people think because they went to college, that means anything. The knowledge of this world is foolishness to the Most High. And, I forgot the other word, but, yeah, man. It's just, Oh yeah, there's that verse. We're like sheep. We trust in the oppression and stay thereon. That verse. So we're trusting in oppression, like death, Satan. So you gotta wake up. Government controls healthcare system, educational system, and all of that, bro. And there's Satanists, and there's a systematic genocide. America's satanic, the world's satanic, according to the Bible. So people gotta wake up. It's not hard.
Physicians of no value. What good is it going to a physician where the side effects will kill you?
Yep.
The side effects are actually worse than what? Worse than the condition you're going into the doctor's office for.
Exactly.
You go in there, with a muscle, a calf muscle, and next thing you know, they tell you on the side effects that you're gonna urinate blood, you may have a collapsed lung, your heart may stop, and you may have suicidal thoughts. And if you have these suicidal thoughts, you'll have your head together enough to call your physician. Okay? No problem. So they are forgers of lies. And what is God telling us when he says you are all physicians of no value? We have to really put an eye on what their physicians are in place for. Look up eugenics. EUGENICS. They turned eugenics into healthcare. All right?
Yep. Systematic genocide. Systematic genocide.
To justify using our people as human guinea pigs. All right? But that's a whole nother broadcast. We're going to do a broadcast on eugenics, which is another biological tactic of Esau against Jacob. We are Jacob. The powers that be, the Europeans, aren't from Europe. They're from Mount Seir. Later they went to the Caucasus Mountains. They are Edomites. Okay? Now, Esau is known as what? Right? Elder Lawyer, if you will. Let's now get Genesis 25. But we're going to go more in depth on Esau this coming weekend, this Sunday. All right? When you go to Genesis 25, it talks about Esau who came out red. Right? Right? Esau came out red. Let's start at the 22nd verse. All right?
Yes, sir.
Do me a favor, if you can, Elder Lawyer, bring your microphone a little more close to you.
All right, is this better?
That's 100% better. All right? All right, go ahead.
All right, Genesis 25 and 22. And the children struggled together within her. And she said, if it be so, why am I thus?
If it be so, why am I thus?
And she went to inquire of the Lord.
And she went to inquire of the Lord. That's a black woman and a black man having children. Okay? I have to stress that.
Yep.
Right?
Esau was red. Esau was the beginning. It was two nations in her womb, Rebecca, Isaac's wife. Jacob being just like everybody else, just black, right? Dark skin, just like everybody else. The only other people that was anything else was the Canaanites, which is from the family Ham, Africa. And they're turning white leprosy for worshiping Satan at Mount Seir with that same star the Jewish people be having. Moloch, Baal, Satan and shit. Child sacrifice and all that. Which the same Canaanite gods, in Genesis, that's the same gods the world worships and the Jewish powers and stuff. So, but yeah, Esau went there. He was red. He married into the family. They were turned white as snow, and that's how you get your white man today. So it's technically Esau was the father of the white people, Romans, white man. So, and everybody else was literally just dark skinned. There was nothing else. There was Ham, Shem, and Japheth, Noah's 3 kids off the ark. They're all black. Alright? So, there you go. Anything else was just leprosy or just Esau that was red. Esau married into the damn Canaanites, and that's how you get your white man. So, everybody was black.
Right?
Adam
It
and all
says,
that.
Isaac entreated in the Lord for his wife because she was barren, and the Lord entreated of him, and Rebekah his wife conceived. Read. And the children.
And the children struggled together within her, and she said, If it be so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of the Lord.
She went to inquire in the Lord. Now, when you look at Jewish literature, folks, Jewish literature, there's records of what? Ginsburg, the book of Ginsburg, where it goes into the stories where the rabbis break down this story on a higher level, according to their religion. Under the Ginsburg book, it states that Esau and Jacob was in the womb battling for rulership and power that was given to Abraham through Isaac. And Esau told Jacob in the womb, if you don't let me out first, I'll stay in and kill mom. I'll live, but she'll die. That's in the Ginsburg records in all Jewish libraries everywhere.
Yep.
The belly of this black woman, Rebekah, represented the earth. 2 royal seeds coming out of one man fighting for rulership over the earth. Either they were going to rule or we were going to rule. See? It started in the mother's womb. And the children struggled together within her. And she said, read.
If it be so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of the Lord.
She went to talk to the Most High. She went to Mount Moriah to get some insight from Shem, who was living at the time. Read 23.
And the Lord said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels.
2 races of people are in you. That's why they're fighting. 1 promise, 2 separate races of people will eventually come out of her. Even though they both initially have the same genetics. Esau would eventually go to Mount Seir and mix his bloodline with the Canaanite bloodline. Some of the families, or the strong families of Esau that rules in Europe today, would come from those families. Part Esau, part Shem, part what they would call Semitic, and part Hamitic, Canaanite. Then you have other families out of Esau that came through Bashemoth, Ishmael's, one of Ishmaelite's daughters, and they will be a separate race. Okay? A separate race, but still Edomite family at the helm. That's why when you hear that Edomites are Arabs, they talk about the what? The Edomites who married into Ishmaelites through Bashemoth. And those are the families of Bashemoth. They're the Edomites who rule over the United Emirates that rules the Arabs in the Middle East. It's those families. It's still Esau in charge. See? And the Lord said, 2 nations are in thy womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels. Read.
And the one people shall be stronger than the other people.
Read.
And the elder shall serve the younger.
Now, brothers and sisters, herein lies the problem with Edomites. This prophecy right here. That we are naturally stronger. So they use what? Forgers of lies and physicians of no value to even the playing field. If they didn't tell us that our children have to get this and do that to go to school and all that, They know that we would just outright just dominate in every area, including intellectually. But if they can target our brain, right, and tell us to give our children something, then eventually they can come back later with their insecurities and claim our IQ is higher. Right? Hold on. Right? Hold on. Hold on. 1 second. 1 second.
Esau the Cunning Hunter. They used biological warfare. The same thing they did against the Native Americans, giving them smallpox.
Yeah.
As gifts, by the way, as gifts. They signed like 7 peace treaties. They were pretending to be their friends. They gave them gifts with biological diseases in it, smallpox, and all that. Killed them while they were asleep and all that. So people gotta wake up. Columbus was a Roman, a Satanist, right? He raped people and all that. So people gotta wake up. And he actually used the Bible to find them, by the way. He used Second Esdras to actually find the Native Americans, which were actually Israelites. One tribe of Israel through the Euphrates River, a 1.5 year journey, right, into the secret land of Osirath, meaning hidden land. When all the continents were all in one, called Eden, then the flood happened. The flood happened, not the asteroid. No 250 million years ago. Dinosaurs was created through mixing of DNAs, right? And the Most High had to kill all that, chimeras and all that, not just dinosaurs, but the land split. That's where you get Atlantis. It's really just America or the Western world. Atlantis, fallen angels and Nephilim, giants, or whatever. That's where you get all these pyramids from, pre-flood satanic temples to Baal and shit. That's where you get America's, the land splits. So yeah.
So what they'll do, brothers and sisters, is they'll mess our children's brains up.
That's why when they came over here, and freaking they had Hebrews. They were speaking Hebrew, and they had the Ten Commandments and shit. So. Yep, the healthcare system does that.
Bring their nut job liberals that usually live amongst witch covens and are Satanists, make them our school teachers, right? Agitate our children, miseducate our children, only for them to come on the back end and say, well, we have a higher IQ than you, after messing our children's brains up. Because they know we're naturally stronger. We're connected to God. Herein lies their insecurity and issues. Right? Because we're stronger. Right? And what they do is, because of their insecurities, psychologically, they try to press us with their insecurities and put their insecurities on us. And a lot of our people fall for it, unfortunately. Okay? The elders, and here's the other issue that they have. That the elder was made to what, elder lawyer?
To serve the younger.
The elder was meant to serve the younger. This is one of their greatest issues.
Yep, that means Esau shall serve in the end.
One of their biggest issues. The Edomite
when Christ returns
came out first, but eventually the earth will belong to the promised people. We are the promised people of Israel.
Like Esau didn't care anyways. He started to hate his birthright. Sold it for a piece of red bloody meat. That's where you get that medium rare uncooked meat from, because it's Esau. That's the spirit of Esau, bruh. Up in these people, bruh. Even I think with Adam, the Bible tells you have to cook your meat all the way. All that stuff like, oh, it's not blood, it's grease, or I don't know what they be saying. Really, it's lies. That's straight blood, right? I've seen the steaks. Like, they would cut it. Maybe you would go to the bathroom, come back. It's straight red. I'm telling you. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, he sells his birthright for a piece of red meat. You know what I'm saying? So, then it was all the Most High's will. Romans 9:11. It was all the Most High's will. It was all the Most High Creator's will before they were even born. He told Rebecca that when she went to Mount, I forgot that mount, where Seth was, to figure out why she was having birth pains, because all the women that was giving birth never had pains like her. It was two. By the way, race doesn't matter. There's like two nations fighting in her womb. Jacob versus Esau. Two separate races in her womb. Spiritual warfare on the planet. Our enemies, the Romans, versus Jacob. Black people. Not Africans, but Shemites. Hebrews. So race has been mattering. Right? They're giving you a damn Roman Christ over the real Christ. Right? So it's like, who are our enemies? Because they're trying to systematically kill us. They're trying to get rid of us. So if race don't matter, we don't know who our enemy is. So we're just gonna trust in our enemies via colleges, via religions, Christianity, Catholics, the government, politicians. So since race don't matter, that's how we're destroyed for lack of knowledge. Because we're trusting in our enemies. Our enemies, they know it matters. The Bible tells you it matters. They teach us it don't matter to keep us sleeping sheep and destroyed. So that's people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. So people gotta wake up. All right, you have to wake up.
Israel, through the promise that was given to Abraham. We are.
And that's why they teach us free grace and lawlessness too, which is saving mantra to keep us destroyed too. Because only Israelites got the law, so much is given, much is required. So when we break the laws, we're literally cursed in everything we do. They can break the law all they want, because they ain't get no laws. They ain't get no consequences, because they ain't get nothing. They ain't get anything. They're lawless, they're heathens, they're Gentiles. So they never got laws, so there was no agreement with the Most High. So they wasn't given nothing, so they can do without what these other nations, these Romans, right? White people and shit. So, since Israelites got the laws, black people in America and stuff like that, Mexicans, Jamaicans and shit, we got the law. So when we break them, sin, right? Sin is breaking the law. Lying, stealing, fornication, sex with multiple women, multiple men, and all this, adultery, being married, cheating, whatever. Shit like that. Eating what you want, pig, shrimp, shellfish, following holidays over holy days, shit like that. That's when we're cursed. You know what I'm saying? So, people gotta wake up. That's when we're cursed. That's why they teach free grace. Even though after Christ resurrected, all the disciples, all of them, Paul and all that stuff, they're all following the Sabbath. Friday, Sunday, Saturday, sundown, not the first day of the week, Sunday, which is Satanic and Babylonian. They'll still follow all the holy days, Passover and all that. So they're still following the law. So I don't know what people are even talking about. They'll just, somebody went to college, somebody has more money, a higher position than you in life, and you just automatically believe them. They can't be lying. Just program sheet. Like, just program. Like, oh, just tell them anything. They're ignorant. They don't do research. They don't read the Bible. Just tell them anything, bro. Like, all they need to know is you're a pastor. They'll listen like sheep. You know what I'm saying? So, gotta wake up.
So this is their problem. They came out first, but yet
go to theologian school, Catholic school, right? Go to Sunday school, Catholic school, theologian, apologetics. Go to those schools where Romans teach you. Romans funded those schools. And Romans are the enemies of Christ, Satanists, right? So Yeah. Go to our enemies to learn and be taught straight lies like Christ is God, Holy Trinity, virgin birth, holidays, free grace. I don't even know what else. All the prophets are white and all this. Race don't matter. What else they be saying? I don't even know. It's all garbage. It's all lies. It's not the Bible. So teach the Apocrypha. Teach us only 66 books. NIV. The Apocrypha don't matter. King James. Lie on King James. Lie on Christ. Idolatry. Like, there's only 66 books. You only read half the book, not the whole book. All this shit. All lies, bro. People gotta wake up.
They don't get the eternity that will come to this earth when Christ returns. They don't receive that. This world, the power that they've consolidated, according to prophecy, is all they'll have, and their time is almost up. That's why they're losing their mind. That's why every day there's another event out there. There's another event, because what are they trying to do? I'm going to tell you why there's news of traumatic proportion almost every day. If they can make all these events every day, they take full control of the media cycles. And by doing so, we're not looking into what's truly going on in the earth. It used to be, they used to be able to do one of these once, like 911. That thing, they squeezed all the lemons, they squeezed all the juice they could out of that one. That lasted at least 10, 15 years. Where they didn't have to do anything of that proportion ever again, to that degree again. It was one time, like the movie Bowling for Columbine, when the children shot up a school years ago with white people and all that, and we used to fall into those narratives, not even really investigating, was those stories exactly what they were reporting? And us being Christians growing up, we had no reason to believe they weren't true, but they were playing on our naivety. They were playing on our belief in God. They were playing on the fact that we would trust them, thinking what people would be evil enough just to make stuff up and to do certain things that would actually, who would make up lies on that level? We couldn't fathom a lie on that level. So we accepted a lot of their events as truth. See? So then, with all these events going on, it used to do what? Through trauma, through traumatizing the citizenry, you now gain control over that, where the government have to bring solution. It's called the Hegelian dialectic. That's what it's called. It's actually a thing, folks. That they'll create the event so that the people could fear and ask the government for help to fix the problem they created. It's called the Hegelian dialectic. Problem, reaction, solution. Right? So that's how it works. Because what? Any traumatic event takes over on that level. So we accepted a lot of their events as true. Lies on that level. We couldn't fathom a lie on that level. So we accepted a lot of their events as true. See? So then, with all these events going on, it used to do what? Through trauma, through traumatizing the citizenry, you now gain control over that, where the government have to bring solution. It's called the Hegelian dialectic. That's what it's called. It's actually a thing, folks. That they'll create the event so that the people could fear. And ask the government for help to fix the problem they created. It's called the Hegelian dialectic. Problem, reaction, solution. Right? So that's how it works. Because what? Any traumatic event takes solution. People could fear and ask the government for help to fix the problem they created. It's called the Hegelian dialectic. Problem, reaction, solution. Right? So that's how it works. Because what? Any traumatic event takes over the media cycle. So then, because of this big thing they claim happened, they can now ignore what they're doing to us. We can now ignore it because now we can say, well, hold up. You've enslaved our people. You gave everyone reparations instead of our people. You're taking our right to earn away. And then they'll look at you and say, well, hell, well, that pales in comparison to what's on the news right now. So they'll put that on the news while ignoring their continued tyranny against us. You've enslaved our people. This big takes, right? So that's how it works. Because what? Any traumatic event takes over the media cycle. So then, because of this big thing they claim happened, they can now ignore what they're doing to us. We can now ignore it because now we can say, well, hold up. You've enslaved our people. You gave everyone reparations instead of our people. You're taking our right to earn away. And then they'll look at you and say, well, hell, well, that pales in comparison to what's on the news right now. So they'll put that on the news while ignoring their continued tyranny against us. See, and this is why, brothers and sisters, you come to this channel. It's an escape, and it actually we show you according to prophecy, the realities of the matter. That's why you come here. So what they try to do is inundate you with all this trauma and distract people while destroying us. But we're not going to allow these news cycles, we're not going to allow these cycles to overshadow what's going on with God's people. We need to keep it on us. Period. Because God is keeping it on us. Everything they're doing is because of us. Two white people you claim did something against one another, and now you're trying to pull a black man in it? A black one? Listen, we've been it. We're not in it. Why everything got to be circled around to how we feel about it? What we feel about is what? What's going on with our people, God's people, according to prophecy. That's what, when you have that on the news cycle, guess what? You can call us into that meeting. When you're giving true restitutions and recognition to the true children of Israel, guess what? When you put that on the news cycle, then we can talk. But guess what? In the meantime, we're going to put it on the news cycle right here. Let's go back into Esau, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And
No,
when her days...
no. Let's go. In her days to be delivered, come on.
Yes, sir. 24. And her days to be delivered were fulfilled, and behold, there were twins in her womb.
There were twins in her womb.
And the first came out red all over like an hairy garment, and they called his name Esau.
And the first came out red all over like a hairy garment. Yes, they are not white, okay? Now, just because someone is an Edomite doesn't mean that they can't get accepted if they were to put down paganism, satanic operations that they are part of, and fornication, and repent and begin to follow the law of their father before he went rogue. Esau is one of the sons of Isaac. At one point, Esau knew better. So through Christ gave them an opportunity to do what their father rejected. To follow the truth. But know by following the truth, that prophecy stands in the future. The elder shall serve the younger. I didn't say it. God said it. God said that one day Esau would have dominion. And we have no problem with white people ruling because God gave you the dominion. So now you're not going to have no problem now that you done tanked the whole earth and tore the whole earth down to crap. Don't try to blame us now. This is the world you built for yourself. Okay? This is the world you built for yourself. So don't try to blame us. The crap that this earth has become, that's one thing I'm thank the Most High for, Elder Lawyer, that they can't blame this on us. Every time you look, they're talking about fixing something they broke. Oh, global warming, we got to do this, we got to do that. All the stuff they broke. And try to claim that we all need to be on board with helping them fix what they broke. No, thank you. That's one thing you can't do. They try to blame us for all types of stuff. But the conditions of this earth was placed under Esau's hands. Okay? The first came out what?
The first came out red all over like a hairy garment.
Red all over like a hairy garment. Now we're going into this weekend, but I need y'all to look at this picture right here. Is this guy white or is he red? Now it so happens when you look at the bottom of the page is white. The shirt collar he has is white. Is this guy closer to his vesture, his robe, or his collar? Look at his hands. Look at his face. Look the characters next to him. And what you got to do is watch out for those kids in the midst of it. Red all over. So they can't hide themselves. So you can't tell me they're not Edomites. The Bible describes them. And they mixed with leprous Canaanites and brought forth the royal families and the elite Edomites that we see over in Europe today that makes the 10 horns. You want that history, that information? Come on into the academy. You'll get it this Sunday. These are Edomites. All right? Now, Elder Lawyer, one other thing about Esau is his pride, right? Let's now go to the book of Obadiah. The book of Obadiah, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm there. Let's start at the first verse. And the Obadiah is only one page out of the Bible. But it's one of the strongest prophetic books within the whole book. Like, it's so profound that Obadiah doesn't need more chapters. It's so profound. There's only one chapter in the book of Obadiah, and it's so profound that it doesn't need anything outside of the one chapter. Identifying Esau. Now, Elder Lawyer, this is deep. Do you know that I have generation pastors on either side of my family going back to slavery? Right? And I'm thinking being raised in Christian churches, Pentecostal apostolic faith. I'm coming out of the church believing that I knew the Bible. Do you know when someone introduced the book of Obadiah to me, coming out of Christianity, that I had no idea where the book was? And I looked at the book like, what is this doing in here? All the years being a Christian, going back generations, none of us knew anything about the book of Obadiah. And I believe that was intentional. Because Obadiah identifies Esau.
The other nations, the enemies of the Most High in Christ, and the Israelites, by the way, which are modern day Jewish people, Romans. Esau is Romans, Roman Catholics. So race doesn't matter. All right. Christ said, "I know the blasphemy of them who say they are Jews but are not, but are a synagogue of Satan." So,
right?
We gotta know who our enemies are. It's another race, nation.
Let's go to the book of Obadiah. Let's read it. The vision of Obadiah. And I'm
The four beasts in Daniel. Those are nations. You know, nations.
going to pull out one
Races,
satanic
other races.
attribute of Esau out of here, right?
Gentiles.
Obadiah,
Yes, sir.
Obadiah 1:1. And then we're going back to Genesis.
Yes, sir. Obadiah 1 verse 1. The vision of Obadiah, thus saith the Lord God concerning Edom. We have heard a rumor from the Lord, and an ambassador is sent among the heathen. Arise ye, and let us rise up against her in battle.
And that ambassador wasn't Gumnanassar, folks. That ambassador is Iran. The final war before the whole earth locks down. And guess what? The whole COVID lockdown for all the earth was really preparing the earth to be locked down for the war when Israel engaged against Iran. Right? So while we're looking at Charlie Kirk and all what they're doing, to do what? To take over the media, to take over the media lines or the media's, I would say, headlines throughout the earth. No one is talking about what's going on between Israel and Iran right now. No one is really concentrating on the fact that they're still wiping out Gaza. You notice that? So a lot of these events we're seeing in the United States is really to control the media output so that people are not looking at what's going on prophetically. I'll look at 1 minute of what news they put out there, and I know exactly what they're talking about as far as, and I know when it's an event to distract people. We have to become what? We have to be savvy, prophetic thinkers going forward. Anything in the news, we have to ask, how does this fit in prophetically with what God said? Or are we being what? Are we getting diverted and deceived by Esau? See? 2, behold.
Behold, I have made thee small among the heathen. Thou art greatly despised.
They're the smallest race on earth. Out of all races, when you put them all together, they're only 7%. Compared to all the other races. Only 7%. So they're smalls. Being that they're small in number, then they must use weaponry. They must use bombs to make up for the numbers they lack. They must use bioweapons to harm people. to get to our children before our children get a chance to grow their brains and their bodies to understand why they were born at this time prophetically. So because Esau is small, he must use bioweapons.
Yep. Smallpox to the Native Americans, which were Israelites. Broke 7 peace treaties, giving them gifts with smallpox, biological weapons, a disease. Alright, healthcare system. I can't go too deep because I'll get struck down. Because that's the key to their madness. Because if you can't think properly, right? I mean, how can you ever get to the truth with all this programming and psychology going on? So they mess up your mind through the healthcare system. When you're born, and when you're first born as a baby and all that, so people gotta wake up.
Physical weapons as well as psychological warfare.
Yep. Controlling you, mind manipulating you, making you believe lies, fear control, all that stuff.
Must lie and deceive based on his numbers. See? If he had the numbers, then he would use the numbers to do what? To execute his will against people. If he got the numbers, he don't have to deal with all these other what? Clandestine tactics. If he got the numbers, he would just engage you and just take what he want and not ask any questions. See? But he's smaller, so he have to use all these other tactics. See? Psychological warfare. And on all his maps, he make England look almost as big as the United States. On all his maps. You can put all of England in Connecticut. The whole England you can place within Texas. Okay? So they must deceive. Part of their thing is deception based on the fact that they don't have the numbers to exact their will like they would like to. Right? 3.
The pride of thine heart hath deceived thee. Thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock, whose habitation is high, that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground?
Who shall bring me down to the ground? So this is Esau's biggest problem. Pride. When in wisdom it tells us, pride cometh before destruction, and an haughty spirit before a fall. Because they have the power to deceive, they have deluded themselves into believing that they're more powerful than any other race on earth. Well, it's not true power if you can only get it through deception. It's not natural power. See? It's not righteous power. At the end of the day, when you're blessed with any power that you've received through being what? Being good, being righteous. Now, you can more so celebrate and sleep at night without paranoia. See, and this is why Esau is doing what he's doing, paranoid, knowing that his history is catching up with him. Hence the reason he don't want certain things taught concerning his history, because he would like us to believe that he received everything righteously, and now the world see that it was all a ruse. That's why it says all nations are looking at Esau and saying, man, you're not right. You attack people who aren't even attacking you. You're waging war against people who are not even thinking about you. When are you going to stop? And it's all because it's perpetual hatred against us, his brother Jacob. Let's go into his main tactic. Genesis, the 25th chapter. Let's go back. We
And by the way, one of Esau's symbols to show you it's Esau, the Romans, is the eagle. So when you see that eagle, that's how you know you're dealing with Esau, the Romans, the Satanists.
He was what? A cunning hunter.
I think that's in Revelation like 12, 13 or something like that, or Obadiah 10, something like that in the
Yes,
Bible.
sir. The book of Genesis, chapter 25, verse number 27.
27. Thank you, Elder Lawyer. Read it.
Yes, sir. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter.
And Esau was a cunning hunter. Folks, this is his main superpower. Only through God in the Bible can we identify such a character. Without the Bible, he would have remained the invisible man. Right? He can use Hollywood, Celtic wood, magic wand to make any of us believe he'll be anything that he appears to be through Hollywood. Right? A magic wand. Hollywood was what? The Celtic wood that the Druids in England, made their magic wands out of.
You can look all that up. Just look it up. Don't just look it up when you have later. Look it up. Do the research.
It was Celtic wood. But now we are now identifying, to, according to God, their greatest superpower. Cunning hunter. See? But in Hollywood, they can make themselves out to be anything they want. Hey, why can't we be anything we imagine? That's what they'll tell you. Hey, I know I'm not Asian, but I'm the last samurai. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I'm the last samurai because I said so. I'm Iron Eagle. I'm over the top. See? I can use Hollywood to be anything I would like to be. I'm Top Gun. I can fly planes and maneuver it. And all of those maneuvers, folks, came out of our people. That's right. The Tuskegee Airmen was flipping planes that wasn't made to move like that. And that's where they got all those maneuvers from. A lot of people don't even know this. They're like, man, we didn't make these damn planes to be able to do this. That's what happened when Jake get in it. We start dancing with the planes. I'm Top Gun. I'm the last samurai. A matter of fact, even though boxing, some of the greatest boxers came out of Philadelphia.
Jacob, right? Esau's brother, twin brother, and all that, who actually got the promises from the Most High, similar to Ishmael and Isaac. Isaac that got chosen, and Jacob got chosen instead of Esau. That's why he wanted to kill his own brother. Ishmael wanted to do the same, by the way, to Isaac, by the way. Spiritual warfare, nation versus nation, and all that stuff. So that's where you get that from. Jacob is his 12 sons equals the 12 tribes of Israel. God chosen people on the earth, right? Same bloodline as Christ, Moses, and all that stuff. Paul, King David. So they've been warring against those Romans, Esau, Jewish people, spiritual warfare and all that. And it's their war right now. The Jacob world is coming when Christ returns. So, and obviously Jacob is dark skinned and Esau is white. So, but they're obviously Romans, and Jacob is Hebrew or Israelites. And the Hebrew is their language. So,
Bernard Hopkins, Joe Frazier. When you go to the art museum, guess who you see being worshipped as an idol? Rocky. Adrian, Adrian, I did it, Adrian. See? All these great boxers came out of Philadelphia. Right? And then and people travel from all over the world to take a picture in front of the Rocky statue.
Idolatry, by the way. That's a whole nother thing people don't get. These statues are idolatry. It's idols. Right? It's not just like art. It's not art. It's not remembering nobody. That's what they tell you, but it's actually idols. So idolatry is sin. Because they're basically you making yourself a god or something. That's what the Bible says. So,
right?
Well, the origin of idols was to put their likeness, which is the Ten Commandments, not to make no likeness of nothing in heaven, below the earth, in the waters. So the origin of idols is to put up these fallen angels and demons, like their picture up or their statue up to worship it. And people have tried to change that to statues, memorials for certain presidents or whatever. It's still idolatry. You know what I'm saying? Because not even Christ, not even the Most High in Christ, Mary, nobody, no prophets, no. You don't put idolism up either. Even if it's the real Christ that's black, you still don't put no statue or picture up of him. That's still idolatry. So the Bible says the gods of the nation are idols. Idols is a corruption of life. So. Yeah.
I need y'all to check this out.
That's how you know there's a pagan world, satanic world, when there's idols. Rocks, wood, and all that. They shape it up. You know. Christmas trees and shit.
Right?
Statues, all idols.
And even that fight that just went down between Elder Lawyer, you a boxing connoisseur, the last two people that boxed.
It's about Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez.
The whole hype of the fight, without people even knowing it, you know there was a racial connotation to that. The Mexican who like a white redhead white man.
Right.
It's the same thing, that racial tension that no one truly understands. Well, what is at the heart of all this? We're reading it.
Exactly. That's all I was just saying.
Right?
Jacob versus Esau. Nation versus nation. Christ said that. Nation versus nation. Wars and rumors of wars, bro. Because some of these wars are fake. If it's not in prophecy, those are fake wars. So yeah.
Yeah, my man came with the Philly shell. What was his name?
But the war right now, though, Iran and all that, that's all Bible prophecy. So that's the actual real war. All those other wars were just false. Just, yeah, whatever. It's not real.
He came out a little after.
It's about Floyd Mayweather.
No, it was the guy before Mayweather. What was the guy that had the shell? What was his name? His name was Pooh something. I forgot his name.
Okay.
I forgot his name, Elder Lawyer. You the boxing guy. You watch it more so than...
You're not talking about Pernell Whitaker, are you?
Pernell Whitaker. Pernell Whitaker. Yeah, there you go, young man. Pernell Whitaker.
Yes, sir.
He had the shell with him. Yeah, all these great boxers, when people come to Philadelphia, take a picture with Sylvester Stallone, right?
Right.
So
right.
This is his greatest, and guess what? I don't downplay when any person have been given gifts and talents of excellence. It's not like there weren't any great white people or great other races who've accomplished things. But I'm just showing you an example. How Esau can use Hollywood and become everything. Right? To downplay Jacob. To downplay Jacob, his brother. And it says And the boys grew, and Esau was a what?
And Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field.
A man of the field. A cunning hunter, and he liked to hunt. He out there with bow and arrows. Hey, to get a deer next to him, Elder Lawyer, I don't know if you know where to purchase some deer pee spray. You know where to get that at?
Sir.
You ain't going to Amazon a bottle of deer urine spray so you can get next to those deers?
Man, Hades, no.
Man, who comes up with a can of urine to smell, to smell like a male buck to get deers next to you?
That's funny.
In a can. Oh yeah, honey, I'm going out. I'm gonna bag me a buck. And you would think a woman would be like, hey, you ain't coming to my house smelling like that. No, she's the one spraying it on her. Yeah, honey, turn around. Turn around, honey. Yeah, let's get this thing popping. All right. All right, let's go. It says, a cunning hunter. Cunning. It says what? Observation. Right? And ascertain by seeing. That means Esau studies us. You think they're just hanging around?
Was it Genesis 49? Because Genesis 49 is Jacob, right? Israel. The father of Israel, the Israelites, right? Israel, the tribe of Israel, God's chosen people. He's going to his 12 sons, telling them, it's basically prophesying how you can identify them in the end times. And it said Jacob, right? Judah would be at the neck of their enemies. Right? Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. So Esau will be taking a close eye on us, because we will unite the 12 tribes. You know what I'm saying? Bring forth the truth of Christ and all this stuff. So that's a precept. And and some people be like, we can't find the 12 tribes today. That's garbage. That's easy. The Bible tells you where they at right now. So yeah, that's a precept. In the Bible goes into Genesis 49, goes into Christ having white wool hair and all that. He's coming back to vengeance is of the Lord. He's coming back and he's gonna destroy all these Edomites, these Romans that's been programming us to be sinners, to be atheists, lying to us, deceiving us, systematically genociding us, right? Giving us religions and holidays that follow Satan, right? He's going to go right to these top 1% elites that have been sacrificing our children and shit and destroy them. The Bible says, a precept in the Bible says, it looks like Christ went through the wine press. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, it's going to be darkness. He's going to be the only light. There ain't no rapture. I don't know what Christ they be prophesied. I don't know what Christ they be talking about in Christianity, but when Christ returns, he ain't playing. He's not playing, bro.
To be around.
It tells you in 2nd Esdras as well, the armies of the world would be against Christ to apprehend him and all that. He'd be like on a mountain. He just opens his mouth and obliterates them all. The armies of the world. Like skeletons, dust, just all gone. So it's like, people gotta wake up. You know? Like, that's why the Bible says, there's only 2 masters, the Most High and Christ or Satan. You pick a side, bro. You know what I'm saying? There's no in-between, there's no gray areas. Then, around when Christ returns, around that time, there's no room for repentance. It'll be over at that point. So you can't sin or nothing. So, people better wake up. You know what I'm saying? Better wake up.
No, they are enamored Not only are they enamored, it's fascinating to them just to be around you. It says what? Observation. Right? And it says a cunning hunter. Cunning. It says what? Observation. Right? And ascertain by seeing. That means Esau studies us. You think they're just hanging around just to be around you? No, they are enamored. Not only are they enamored, it's fascinating to them when they're around us. It's like, how can these people naturally just be like they are? And they observe us like an outside species, folks. They're scientists and all that. So cunning is how they observe us. What do they like? What do they dislike? What are their cuisines, their music, their culture? I mean, these are some spiritual people. You would think that a people that's been deprived of everything would reject God by now. And they're fascinated with that. How can these people still believe such? How can they still believe in God based on what we've done to them? Mm-hmm. They observe everything we do so they can find out what exactly we do they can now criminalize. Right? It is we flat broke coming home from the war, and guess what? I do not co-sign drug dealing at all. But I grew up in North Philadelphia. I never did any of that thing. I never sold one bit of drug in my life. But I've seen people come and die, not die, but come.
The government put drugs and all that in the neighborhoods. The coke thing in the 1990s with Biden and all that. People, dude, it's obvious if you do the research that the government did all that stuff. The government put drugs in our neighborhoods. The government gave us guns. The gangsters, the hood people, the black people, they would tell you. They'll wake up with all that crap at their doorstep. All these medias, all these movies would tell you, like The Boys. I think it was The Boys, like what, season 4, season 3. This government lady was like, yeah, we put the drugs in the black people's minorities, neighborhoods, blah 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 blah. A bunch of medias tell you this stuff, right? Because a form of their sorcery, their psychology, is to tell you what they're doing. Like at a certain point, they'll tell you, but yeah. So people gotta wake up, because if we're poor, impoverished, in poverty and all this, how the hell are we getting all these weapons, all these drugs? That shit ain't cheap. You know what I'm saying? We're poor, impoverished, in the hood, nothing. We ain't got nothing. How the fuck are we getting drugs and guns? How is that even possible? You know what I'm saying? So people gotta wake up. Gotta wake up.
From the war, all messed up from Vietnam. And the only thing they can do is get on their feet, because they weren't getting money from the GI Bill. They weren't getting homes like the white people. They would come right back into the neighborhood. Any money they had, they would probably go buy some marijuana. I remember those little yellow envelopes they used to put a nickel bag in, and sometimes people would grow their own marijuana seeds and start, just selling marijuana. Now, the Bible is not down with marijuana, folks. I don't care what people tell you, but I remember that used to happen. Why do I bring it up? Our people weren't really making money like that off marijuana. It was enough to probably get them through the week. They criminalized that, locking our people up for 5 years and all of that for a few nickel bags. And now I'm looking almost on every corner, and there's stores now. Where now the place that sells.
Yep, it's legalized. We used to go to jail for that, now it's legalized. Ain't that something?
Vape.
Because when you go to jail, it's more than just serving your time and getting out. All that shit is satanic. The devil shall, behold, the devil, the Christ said it himself, behold, the devil shall throw you into prison. The prison system is satanic. It was meant to destroy us, right? Look at the disciples and all that. 12 disciples, they were being thrown in prison by the Roman government. It's nothing new under the sun. You go in there, you get raped, you turn gay. It's racial. It's like, it's not what they say. It's like war up in the prison or something. They're killing you with the food. Your families ain't got. You leave your family ain't got shit. And the men out the house is what they want to break up the families. Because a woman being at the top in the family is like, that's out of order. Like, it's deeper than people think, bro. I'm telling you, it's way deeper. So, and these jails be turning people out to straight demons. So yeah, people gotta wake up.
A place that sells alcohol, they have a license to be able to sell marijuana coming from other countries. When I remember our people getting locked up who fought for the country selling marijuana. So they watch what we do naturally, the stuff we use just to get by, to criminalize it. That's cunning. If they really thought marijuana was a criminal offense, there wouldn't be marijuana easily accessible throughout the whole United States right now.
Yep, exactly. I was gonna say that, but I wanted to let it play because why is it legalized now? Why is it? Dude, I'm telling you, bro. Everybody is smoking that crap, even though it's satanic. Like all drugs, like especially weed. That's why they normalize it, because it's a gateway drug. You will get possessed and all that stuff. It's part of the. It's a bigger part of the tree of good and evil. Right, so that's another reason why they legalize it or they normalize it more. But like, yeah, man, Xbox parties, like game chat, like people be smoking that shit like it's crazy. Like people don't even know what they're doing, bro. Because there's fallen angels over that type of stuff. You get possessed doing that shit. So, you get possessed.
See that?
Dealing with weed and drugs.
So they think we forgot. We forgot, the times back then. They're straight hypocrites. We couldn't, even when we came out of slavery and all that. Guess what, folks? Reconstruction. Folks, I mentioned this before. We couldn't get anything from them. It was segregation. So anything that we made, we had to make for ourselves. We would work all week, do our crops, do all of that. And guess what? We would take our corn, our potatoes, we'd make our own corn liquor. A matter of fact, a lot of people don't even know, folks. Folks, do y'all know what's that alcohol? It's called Uncle. Let me pull it up.
Uncle Nearest.
Uncle Nearest. Uncle Nearest was the first alcohol brand that we would have. Who stole his recipe? Let me get it.
I think it's Jack Daniel.
Jack Daniel. That's it. Uncle Nearest is the original formula for Jack Daniel's alcohol. We were making our own alcohol. They brought the Italians over, and then they started prohibition. To criminalize, we couldn't get it from them.
Yeah, that's nothing new. The same thing for like slaves, like Deuteronomy 28:68. Israelites were on slave ships in America to be sold to men. Like we built America for free, and we had the blueprints as well. It's not like we just took orders or something. Like we had the blueprints. We had electricity, right? We had like technology, electricity, and all that stuff when we was hiding in Africa after 70 AD when the white Romans destroyed Jerusalem. We ran to Africa for a time from Roman persecution, right? And during that time we broke the laws, so the Most High just put us into servitude because that was the agreement with Moses. Break these laws, you be in servitude under a foolish nation. So that's what happened, because the Most High's words are bond. If he said it, it's going to happen. But yeah, we had electricity. We had all that stuff from Babylon to Timbuktu and all that. They found us, so yeah. People don't know that either.
We were making our own wine, our own corn. Hey, Elder Lawyer, your video.
We Israelites, Hebrews, not Africans. Hebrews. Well, that's the language. Israelites, right? We invented a lot of things first, and they just took it. They would just take it. You know what I'm saying? Like, they have the authority. Like, it's Esau's world, so it's our word over theirs, and they have the authority. Like, so they can easily just take whatever they want from us and shit, and claim it's theirs, and rewrite history or whatever.
Own corn.
Because they own the educational system and all that. They can just tell you what they want. Right?
My father's from the South. My father's from Virginia. I remember my father would drive back to Newport News, Virginia, to go grab corn, liquor, and all these others. Come back with a gallon bottle of it. The Uncle Nearest began Jack Daniels. They brought the Italians over, hired them they hired them within the FBI and all that, and then they made alcohol prohibited. What did they do? We would transport our particular alcohol to Harlem and all that because we were connected with each other. They were buying our stuff from down south. So y'all need to know this history, folks.
Yep.
So what did they do?
Real history. You know what I'm saying? Real history.
Edomites stopped people on the road, grabbed the barrel, and put formaldehyde in one of the barrels, just checking it before it was prohibition. And they poisoned one of the barrels. And through that poison, now it went back to government that now it must be regulated. They poisoned one of our barrels. Don't forget, we didn't drink poison, folks. We had the best stuff. Before the modern day healthcare system, before all of that, down south, we were living 90, 100 years easy. Because everything we made, everything we were drinking and consuming was made from our own hands.
Yep.
I need y'all to understand what we had to go through with Esau being the cunning hunter. He takes one of the barrels that we got, put formaldehyde in it, poisoned one of the barrels, and when we took it over into Harlem, somebody gets sick, somebody die, and guess what? Law enforcement is right there to now use this as a law to make prohibition to where...
Yep. They still do it. They use somebody's death to make new laws and policies that are actually against us. It's not to embetterment anything. Whether it's a natural tragedy or they force it, they implement new laws and policies to go against us, Israelites. So
now the Italians and the other white people can now control the alcohol market because we were making the best stuff. We were making the best stuff. Everything we do, they examine and criminalize it and then take it for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
They're cunning, and they are what?
It says Esau was a cunning hunter.
A cunning hunter, a man of the field. That means what? The chase. Esau is about the chase. Keeping Jacob on the run. And you know what it tell you? That word, tasayad, it says game. This is a game to them when they play with our minds, play with our psyche, play with us medically.
Mm-hmm.
It's a game to them. So, the question we have, knowing Esau now and going into it, lawyer, when will God's people Israel wake up to the deception?
Yep. Bible says God's people are like sheep, roughnecked. They trust in oppression and stay at their own. You know what I'm saying? God's people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. You know? So people gotta wake up.
Huh?
You can't learn from and trust our enemies, Satanists, who don't believe in Christ. Alright? And that's the government, healthcare system, educational system, religion, holidays, all that shit. Romans, Jewish people. So people gotta wake up.
Let me give you some more of what Esau done in this earth to deceive people
Politicians, presidents, all that shit, bro.
religiously, right? Politically, they'll pay somebody like this.
You gotta follow the Bible. Not religion, the Bible. They lied on Christ and lied about everything else in religion. So you gotta follow that Bible. 80 books, King James Version only. Simple. They lie on King James too.
Like I said, a few cartons of Newports and a couple of $1,000 to go march to get us out in the street.
These jobless low.
No, I ain't trying to hear what you gotta say. Let's get here real quick.
Fuck Charlie Kirk. Fuck Charlie Kirk. He was a racist.
So
That's
now
crazy.
they'll use little pawns, the Democrat Party and others. Immigrants, they'll put all these people together so that they think that we're going to see this and go out and march with 30 misfits they paid right here. So they try to trick us politically, right? And what they'll do, you see the white woman, racist he was, right? So she's triggering our women and others to go out into this spectacle that the Democrats have created. All right? So politically, they try to deceive us. We're not going for it no more. Number two, spiritually, they cannot control us because we found that their Christian doctrine is a bold-faced lie, a ball of confusion, a ball of hell. The Bible is fine. Our people are fine. But Esau is crazy. He had no business dealing with our Bible. Okay? And because he was dealing with our Bible and our people don't know any better, you had our brothers and sisters in Africa who believed that the rapture was going to happen today. Here it is. Here it is. Huh? We coming home. We coming home.
What
We coming home, Elder.
That's funny. I ain't gonna lie.
Folks, they've been playing in our face with their false doctrines for years. This guy went and got him some excess water to walk the journey for the rapture. If you think you coming home, you don't need none of this. Look, all the way going back there, folks. Look, all the way going back here, folks. You got a bunch of our people going to a mountain, and Esau is cracking up because the rapture was a lie created by two satanic perverts who are Jesuits. Okay? Alberto Rivera and Ignatius Loyola, two Edomites, all of them, the Jesuits, came up with this garbage rapture doctrine of dispensationalism. It's not in the Bible at all. Zero. When it says our people will be caught up, that's the last trump. That's when Christ returns, folks. There's no story in the Bible where there's
Me typing that was a timestamp. That's all it really was, a timestamp. to know where in the stream I could find where he was talking about that.
A church that's floated up, then an antichrist come out for 7 years to put the people under the mark of the beast, and Christ come back at the end of the 7 years. That's dispensationalism created by crazed nut jobs. And now they got our people today. And guess what? They did this before, folks. In the late 1900s, another perverted freak by the name of Charles Taze Russell, okay, the father of the Jehovah's Witnesses, took all of his people to a mountain and claimed Christ came to a mountain, and he said he was going to return back then. These Edomites are good for this. Now, some people might ask, well, why would Esau do this, being the cunning hunter? What happens, Elder Lawyer, to the faith of all these people? When they believed Christ would get them out of their impoverished condition, September 24th, what happens the next day when they realize, or what they thought? And what happens to the faith when they believe that their God left them here?
Right.
If they lived all their life for that moment, how many of them are going to just walk away from the Bible altogether, believing that the rapture actually came from the Bible? So this is the spirit that leads to what? Non-belief. A shaking of faith. That's how Esau benefits. Now he can get Jacob, what? To walk away from the only book that could expose him. Right? There it is, man. Let's get this rapture together. There it is. Let's do it. Okay. Elder Lawyer, you ready? I'm glad you here on the 24th, my brother. I thought they took you. Let's do it.
That's crazy. Most High and Christ looking down like, y'all are deceived. Guys, people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Got the rapture from a bunch of Satanists, some Romans, Jewish people.
Elder Lawyer, you probably don't know what's happening, but
Nowhere in the Bible. The Bible actually talks against the rapture. It would be better that you stay behind and be taken up in a cloud, because those who will be left behind or preserved for like Christ's return and all that stuff, to see the, like, those who are taken away are dead, right? So people gotta wake up.
they screaming for Christ to come grip them up.
And in the Bible, that's in the Bible, right?
Don't pass me by. Oh, y'all didn't hear. Oh, y'all didn't hear about that? Edomites told them that Christ was going to rapture people up September 24th, today. Y'all didn't know about that? So the rapture was supposed to happen today, but if Edomites didn't come up with the rapture deception from the beginning, none of this would have ever happened.
Mm-hmm.
There is no rapture. It was a lie. Right? Let me show you the creators of the lie, if you will. The creators of the lie was who? Let me get it here. Here's the creators of the lie right here. Y'all get in that academy, folks, because we're going into the rapture. This academy. The rapture, the whole idea of the rapture was created by these two pervs right here. These two perverts. Okay? Jesuit General Ignatius Loyola and Jesuit Francisco Ribera. Right? Now, I have a book why do I say these are Catholic perverts? They're Jewish Catholic perverts, mind you.
Romans.
When you go into, I have a record where these Jesuits believe that that Christ's mother Mary enters, which is the Edomite woman that they say is Mary, that's not, and that one of their Jesuit priests said that he had an interaction where he would nurse like a baby nursing from a mother, that he nurses off of Mary who came into the room. Right? These are the sadistic, satanic perverts that use what? Deception through their doctrine. And through their deception, it shakes the faith of our people who should understand the value of the Bible. So these pervs, these Satanists came in and said, I'm going to twist all the prophecies around so that God's people would lose faith with a new, engineered second coming. This is how we're going to shake the faith of Jacob at the very end. We're going to have them looking for prophecies that the Bible never stated would happen. Right? Now, what did these two pervs come up with? Now, a lot of you don't know this, folks. A lot of you don't know this. The Jesuits shape all of the doctrines throughout anywhere in the world. All Christian doctrine is shaped through these people. The theology of your particular theologian seminary schools come from the thoughts of these demented, sick Edomites. They're the last people you need to go to learn, go to actually learn the Bible. All right. Jesuit General Ignatius Loyola and Jesuit Francisco Ribera. This is what they wrote in the late 1500s, folks. They wrote in their 500-page commentary. This is what they said that they wanted people to understand. 1585, they came up with the Sacrum Beati Ionis Apostoli and Evangeliste Apocalypsin commentary. An evangelistic commentary on the book of Revelations. And they said in the 1600s, and these are Romans, folks, Roman Jews. This is what we're going to make the people believe up until the time Christ returns, once we take over the earth with the false Christian, satanic, Roman theology. At the end of the day, we're going to have the world believing that the Antichrist is one man opposed to a government structure. So they're going to have people searching for a boogeyman that doesn't exist. Okay? The government, along with the papacy, has always been the Antichrist. King James exposed that. Right? So they said at the very end, we're going to have Christians chasing their tail like a dog chasing their tail. And we're going to make them look for one Antichrist while we're kicking them in the tail as the Antichrist. We're going to have our foot all up in there behind what them looking for the Antichrist, when we are executing all the powers of the Antichrist by keeping them under our foot. Okay? We're going to also tell the people in this commentary that the Antichrist will build a temple in Jerusalem. So ever so often, what happens? Ever so often, you'll hear a circulation where the third temple must be built in Jerusalem. What scripture is that? They created prophecies outside of what Christ said to look for, intentionally. So that when none of this stuff happens, Christians will begin to lose faith. God's people will begin to break faith. And by walking away from the Bible, now you've run into Esau's trap as the cunning hunter. See? Another thing. The Antichrist will abolish Christianity and make a covenant with the Jews. Folks, they put this into the commentary in the 16th century, with them being the Christian Jews. So in the 16th century, folks, they said that they were going to take over everything, and at the end of the day, we'll have our people, God's people, the people in the book, looking for them to rule from Jerusalem. Another thing that they lied in their commentary, they said they would put into Christian doctrine, and when your preachers go to theologian school, you're learning from these pervs right here. Right? The Antichrist will call himself God. That's nowhere in the Bible, folks. When it goes into Thessalonians, it's not talking about no one man standing up at the very end saying, I'm God. How do you know this? The same Paul who wrote the book of Thessalonians stated that the mystery of iniquity doeth already work. So if it was going to be a man in the future, who was working back when Paul was in position, when Paul was living? Rome, the satanic priesthood, the Roman government. So if you wanted to know, Paul said the mystery of iniquity, the mystery of who you think the Antichrist is about to come against our people in Jerusalem. That's what Paul stated. But the last place you would look for Edomites is within the 12 tribes of Israel. Remember earlier I was telling you how Esau assimilates with other cultures and other races of people and ethnicities? Well, he was able to hide himself by claiming to be one of the tribes or any of the tribes. That was the last place you're going to look for Esau is within Jacob. The last place you will look for Esau is within Jacob. So he did a mind job, Esau did, on the whole world through this commentary in the 16th century. The Antichrist will call himself God. That's nowhere in the Bible. It's something these clowns came up with right here. The Antichrist will not be revealed until 7 years before Christ returns. That's dispensationalism. They created the lie of the rapture, folks. So when we were enslaved, came out of slavery, by the time the churches were set up in the Western world, in order for us to get the credentials to preach, we had to learn this nonsense. See? And this nonsense really took steam during the 80s and 90s of our time. They started funding these Hollywood movies, Left Behind and all this crap. And who did it? Who did it? These dark pervs right here. These pervs right here. More Jesuits. More Jesuits right here came up with the movie in the production Left Behind. And even James Cameron, the star of these particular fake narratives, he tells people that the rapture is a lie, and he was actually what? He was actually characterized or rolled to do he was actually picked to do the role of the Christian in the movie. I'm going to go into this in detail in the academy, folks. So let's see what else these satanic pervs, watch your kids around them, came up with. The Antichrist will conquer the world. The Christians or the church. Here they go. Here we go, Elder Lawyer. Are you ready to go? Are you ready to go, Lawyer? Because the Christians or the church will be raptured into heaven before the Antichrist appears. So guess what? The Christians don't have to worry about the Antichrist or even fight against the evils in this world, because the Antichrist hasn't arrived yet. So they're making it where Christians don't have to do anything but live and go to church. There's no spiritual war they must fight, because they don't have to worry about it, because these Satanists told them that they're going to be floated into a cloud anyway. So what ambition you have to fight against evil, thinking that you're going to float away? And this proves Christians don't read their Bibles, okay? None of these people read the Bible, folks, who went to a mountain in Africa looking to be raptured today.
It's not in the Bible,
And what
bro.
happens to these people now? They'll begin to...
Not only is it not in the Bible, and it came from Satanists, the Bible actually speaks against a quote-unquote rapture, actually, too.
lose faith and lose hope. They'll turn to Satan. They'll turn to witchcraft if they
Yep, they believe a lie. Then nothing happens, and that's when their faith wavers, because Satan is a deceiver. You know what I'm saying?
haven't already. They'll believe the Bible is a liar when it was these Satanists who lied to them.
Yep, Romans.
Speaking of lies,
Jewish
I'm going to come up with
Romans.
part 2 in a second. Okay, we're doing real good here, man. We deep in numbers. We over 2,000 right now. Hit that like button. Give me 3,000. Give me 300 more likes, because I'm about to show y'all something here, folks. Give me 300 more likes. I'm about to show you something, how Esau is the cunning hunter. There will be no rapture, folks. There will be no rapture. Now I'm going to show you, while they're showing you and distracting people with the Charlie Kirk news, okay, you're going to see events almost every other day so that Esau can control the media cycle. If they have all these events, then we are ignoring exactly what's really happening in the world, because those events will take precedent. So Esau said, well, let's see the things where we can take all the eyeballs and all the ears to control people, like we did COVID. See? So these events are to get our eyes off the ball and to be controlled the same way as it was with people who didn't understand what was going on during the pandemic. There will be no rapture. Okay? Hold tight, and I can prove. I'm only going to prove one piece out of it in Matthew 24. All right? Elder Lawyer, grab that for me. I'll be right back with part 2. When will God's people, Israel, wake up to the deception? Hit the like button. Folks, you don't want to miss what I'm about to go into. Hit the like button. We'll be right back in a couple of seconds. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. All right, all right, all right. Oh, yeah. I remember that song, Anita Baker, Caught Up in the Rapture. I'm sure, even though she probably didn't mean that song for what it did to solidify that false rapture doctrine, I'm sure that played a part, right? In actually bringing some level of credence to that false satanic ideology. Because what does she mean caught up in the rapture? She wouldn't have made the song if she didn't believe in the rapture. Jesuit influence.
Satanist.
I used to love that song too. Hey, Anita was that girl. Someone is asking, Elder, there is Israelites saying, is the Messiah coming back? Is that going to be the rapture for Israelites too? Disappointing more people. Number one, there is no such thing as rapture. That's a Edomite deceptive concept. Now, is it true when Christ returned that the dead in Christ shall rise and those that remain here will be caught up when he returns? Absolutely. At the last trump. So what is that? They're not being placed in a cloud for 7 years to come back after some crazy antichrist appears. They're going to, it's our people changing who followed him, who will now come back with him to this earth. For what? For him to establish his rulership here. So those being changed are becoming part of his army on the way back to earth. In an instant. That's no dispensationalism. That's being caught up for those who are with Christ on its way, what? Returning to earth. It's going to happen in a twinkling of an eye. It's going to be a couple of seconds for that. Okay? There's no 7-year period. It's a twinkling of an eye. Okay? Someone says I should make a song about that. Yeah, great idea. Elder Lawyer, are you back? Let me make sure, Elder, you back?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
All right, thank you, Elder Lawyer. Let's get Matthew 24. A matter of fact, let's go to Thessalonians about the rapture real quick. When it says the dead in Christ shall rise first.
Yes, sir. All right, 1 Thessalonians 4.
Yep. Let's start at the 13th verse.
Yes, sir. Verse number 13. But I would not have you to be ignorant, brethren, concerning them which are asleep, that ye sorrow not, even as others which have no hope. For if we believe that Yeshua died and rose again, even so them also which sleep in Yeshua will God bring with him. For this we say unto you by the word of the Lord, that they which are alive and remain unto the coming of the Lord shall not prevent them which are asleep. For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout.
He's descending from heaven. He's on his way to earth. So there's no picking you up somewhere. He's descending. He's coming to earth. With a shout, read.
With the voice of the archangel and with the trump of God. And the dead in Christ shall rise first.
And the dead in Christ shall rise first. What is this? The last trump. Christ ain't going to say, I'll tell you what, I'm going to pick up my people for 7 years and I'll see y'all in 7 years later. That's absolutely ridiculous. That comes from a satanic doctrine from Jesuits called dispensationalism, where they broke it up according to their false prophecy that was given to them by those two perverts I just showed you. Okay? 17 and 18, read it.
17. Then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds.
On the way, while he's descending, folks. While he is descending. Read.
To meet the Lord in the air. And so shall we be ever with the Lord. Wherefore comfort one another with these words.
So when people die, we know that in the bosom of Abraham, they're being protected until the change. The change happens at the last trump. So this what Paul wrote to the Thessalonians. Not for these Romans to come up with some dispensationalism claiming an antichrist is in the mix. That's a lie that came from who? The Jesuits. Okay? And a matter of fact, you want to be the ones that that's left behind. The Romans twisted it. Esau and the Jesuits twisted it. They made you believe that the righteous is the ones that were caught up in Matthew 25 and protected by God. The Jesuits just butchered scriptures. Let me show you what scriptures they butchered concerning, because you can't talk about this and not bring Christ in. So they use this scripture for the movie Left Behind. Who was it again? Let me show you. You had these satanic demons who came up with a new doctrine that they would teach to misdirect people concerning the prophecies we should be watching for according to Christ. Instead of us looking at Christ's prophecies concerning his coming, we would follow their prophecies concerning his coming. And when
I should need to take a screenshot of that. Okay.
these prophecies failed to happen, it would lead to unbelief amongst Christians at the very end. That was their objective. Their objective was the lie, so it would break the faith of our people who would oppose them spiritually at the very end under Christ's name. So they were disarming their greatest enemy, Christians. See? And then they put it into a production with these pervs here in Left Behind. See how it works? See how it works? In Left Behind. They made it into a Hollywood production. See?
HistoryTimes.org. They got in the academy to where they can speak freely. They don't have this filter nothing. You know.
See how it works? Now, let's talk about it real quick. And even in the
Because you know you can't say certain things, certain troops on YouTube, you get banned, blocked.
book, it tell you that it's fiction. The book tell you it's fiction that was created for a Hollywood production. They took this fiction and made it a doctrine to be taught by our preachers in the Christian churches. Jesuits have been running the Christian church for years. Our churches aren't.
AKA Satanists. Romans. Not Jewish, they're Romans. Well, they are Jewish actually. But yeah, Romans. Because Jewish is not a Jew. So, yeah.
Our church isn't being controlled by our people in the communities. Jesuits are controlling the doctrine that we learned there.
Exactly.
Right?
You're being taught a false doctrine. You're not being taught the Bible or Christ. That's the difference between Christianity and the Bible right there. They're not giving you the real Christ. They're giving you some Babylonian false doctrines.
So the Bible is fine.
Yeah.
Nothing is wrong with the Bible. It's these guys are the problem. Elder Lawyer, real quick, let's go to Matthew 25. And let's go straight to when they claim that people are going to be picked up into the sky.
Yes, sir. Matthew 24 and 40.
24 and 40, as in the days of Noah. Let's go straight there. Let's go to 37.
Yes, sir. Verse number 37.
Yes, sir.
But as the days of Noe were, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. For as in the days that were before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, until the day that Noe entered into the ark, and knew not until the flood came and took them all away. So shall also the coming of the Son of Man be.
So let's focus on the 39th verse, brothers and sisters. Who did the flood take away? The evil were taken away. The righteous was saved and remained. So who was taken away? Right here, folks. The disobedient. Now, as in the days of Noah, right? Now, let's go. Now he's going to show you the example of what we'll experience in our time. Comparing what happened during the time of Noah. The wicked people were taken away. 40, read 40.
Then shall two be in the field, the one shall be taken, and the other left.
So who's taken here, folks? The people who didn't listen. The ones that are left are the righteous. Like Noah was left. The Jesuits flipped this narrative to come up with the Left Behind movie and say that people are disappearing, which is the church. See? Two in the field, the one taken and the other left. The one that's left is the righteous, folks. These are the ones that will remain and be changed when Christ returns. So they flipped the whole thing and made it into people disappearing who are righteous, which is the church. And everybody who didn't repent is left on earth for the Antichrist. Straight garbage. The same way there was two people working during the time of COVID, right? Working together. And the people who followed Christ and wasn't listening to the satanic messaging continued. But the people who was listening to Satan's mouth were taken. See? See? How many people listen who are no longer with us? Listen to what they told them.
Yep. Go take something.
They were taken.
Plandemic.
But the people who didn't listen to that garbage are still working. 41, read.
Then shall two be in the field, the one shall be taken, and the other left.
The other left is the righteous, folks. The ones who were taken during the time of Noah were the disobedient, those who didn't listen to Noah. Read the 41st verse.
Two women shall be grinding at the mill, the one shall be taken, and the other left.
The ones that listening to the Most High are those that are left behind. The left behind are the righteous. These demons who are Jesuits flipped the script and made a movie out of it. These devils here.
That's your Hollywood psychology, mind manipulation, sorcery. That's your sorcery the Bible speaks of.
Made Christians believe that Christ was going to come and rapture them up before an antichrist pops up in the earth. And that's why you have stuff like this going on. Africans going to the mountain. They're going to get raptured. Get ready for the rapture. You're witnessing people in Africa who believe this false doctrine from those satanic evil people and was told that they will be raptured September 24th. And what happens when the clock strikes 12? These people in Africa, gathered in Africa, folks, ready for the rapture. And Elder Lawyer, you know what's sad about this? They wouldn't be out there if they truly didn't believe and trust in God and Christ.
Right, exactly.
But Esau, he want this to make us look like fools. He want these optics. Here it is, our people over there suffering with no hope and are told this. And guess what they're doing? They're out there showing forth their faith. It takes a lot of faith to believe that Christ is going to come and be there waiting for them. So they truly believe in Christ, and I'm sure Christ see their faith. And I know a lot of people laughing at them and all that, but guess what? They've been lied to. And it's our position one day to make sure that information like this gets to them. It's our position to make sure that one day they're retaught, if they'll receive it, so that they can break the Jesuit spell that they have over our people. Right? And what scriptures can I go to on this? Well, Hosea 4 and 6. Let's get it. Hosea 4 and 6.
Hosea 4, verse 6. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Because thou hast rejected knowledge, I will also reject thee, that thou shalt be no priest to me, seeing thou hast forgotten the law of thy God, I will also forget thy children.
He says, if you forget me, then now your children will be lost with no direction. Because we don't seek the true knowledge of God. We look for the people who've enslaved us, Esau the cunning hunter, and think that what? That he would actually teach righteously the truth concerning our condition. We trust that they truly believe in God, not realizing Satanists, folks, have made their way into authoritative positions and have deceived us. And that's why the Bible teaches us that we must what? Study to show ourselves approved unto the God. Now listen to these crazy Edomites. Why do you think the Edomites are all up in our space like apologetics and all that, trying to figure out what's going on with us when no one cares about them? They're losing their power. No one cares about them. I mean, I'm like, man, don't y'all have to go to a Catholic church to save one of these choir boys that be dealt with by some of these priests? Why are you worried about Israelites all of a sudden? With all this craziness going up in these Christian churches. You know why? Because guess what? The true satanic masters were forced to come from behind the veil now that the Israelites begin to bring our people through Christ back to him. That's why. the black preachers in the neighborhoods had no understanding on how to refute what we were teaching. And now the church is empty. There's no men in the churches anymore. So the Jesuits are allowing the churches to go because why? The women holds the purse strings and control the money anyway. That's why they've been holding on to the church, because the women have been paying money to the church. But no, the women are walking away from the church now. Our sisters, thank the Most High. The Bible says, my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, because they rejected knowledge. I will also reject thee. That's what's going on when you see this right here. Right? But why are our people destroyed for a lack of knowledge? There's a reason for it. Isaiah 5:13, Elder Lawyer. Isaiah 5:13. Hold on. Let's read it. There's a reason. Let's read it.
Isaiah, yes, sir. Isaiah 5:13. Therefore, my people are gone into captivity because they have no knowledge.
They have no knowledge. Why?
And their honorable men are famished, and their multitude dried up with thirst.
That means the teachers who've been entrusted to teach our people the Bible have no knowledge of the Bible. They're famished. They haven't eaten this roll to know what to teach our people. So they have no recourse but to go to Esau, the cunning hunter, to get some level of authority over our people to teach what's coming down from the Jesuits. Our people, these Christian pastors don't really have the knowledge. There's this guy running around calling himself Sweet Daddy in one of these churches. Elder Lawyer, you seen him?
No, sir.
He's a guy almost 370 where the people have to wheel him to his chair. And they call him Sweet Daddy. Not one scripture being taught at all. And they playing like, matter of fact, let me give you one of these. And you don't see the Jesuits. You don't see the apologetics. You don't see nobody talking about this. This is a hot mess. The house of prayer. Our people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. House of prayer. Bishop W. McCullum. Where is it? This guy, man, I got to do a whole thing on this guy. Now, it's called the United House of Prayer for All Peoples. And he called himself Sweet Daddy. He can't even walk. He's about 400 pounds. And he don't even teach the Bible at all.
But there's barely rooms in here.
I couldn't believe what our people are into.
I got the last word. You still love me, don't you?
I got the last word. You still love me, don't you?
Because I'm a good father. Yes, sir.
What in the...
Hold on, let me show. Hold on, let me go straight to it.
Again, before you have to meet the Lord. Come now.
Now, after a while, you're gonna...
Want to work your stuff? You have to go so...
He said you got to work your stuff, Elder Lawyer. Hold on.
kind of just to absorb this, just soak it all in.
Want to work your stuff? You have to go somewhere else outside of here. But there's barely rooms in here.
Daddy Belly rules in here.
I got the last word, and I mean the last one. You still love me, don't you? Because
You still love me, don't you? My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. We're at the end of the world, and this is what this is what's out there right now. And you don't see nobody trying to stop these churches, because these churches are doing exactly what Esau wanted. A place where our people find no truth, no understanding geopolitically to what's really going on prophetically against them, while the army is about to engage our people. And it's sad. Now, Elder Lawyer, last but not least, yeah, and by the way, he called himself Sweet Daddy too. This is stuff we caught up into. All right. Last but not least, Elder Lawyer, something quite interesting. Something that's quite interesting, Elder Lawyer. Before I open up the lines, y'all doing a great job at the like button. Man, I'm like, when is our people going to wake up? And I know living in a time of I would say in a time of tribulation where the world is coming after our people, right? I don't blame our people who try to find a silver lining, something good to hold on to have some level of pride for themselves, right? I don't want to discourage that. But when I see things like this, I'm like, if only our people understood. Fair use. And this sister mean good, and she feels proud about this. But I'm going to show you another example of Esau's cunningness. Right? Ethiopia makes history, the sister states, and she feels good about this. And I hate to rain on her parade, and I wish it was.
They tried to say Christ was Ethiopian. He was not Ethiopian. He was a Jew, aka a Hebrew, the language. And his seed was from Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. And they're Israelites. Jacob was called Israel. So not Ethiopian. Ethiopians are Hamites, which people call African today. So I'm not sure what she's going to say, but I'm thinking, because that's what those Satanists be saying. Okay, Ethiopian, Moses' Moses' wife or something. So then they try to call Christ like Arabic as well, because they're in the Middle East. It's all lies. So,
what she,
but I don't know what she's about to say. Who knows?
Is celebrated. But this is more proof that our people fall for anything. Fair use for educational purposes only.
If you are new, I am Wangil Zalalam. Today I bring you a great news. History has been made. We are so proud with this news coming out of Ethiopia, my country. This is truly a moment of pride, not just for Ethiopia, but for Africa. Ethiopia launched the Great Renaissance Ethiopian Dam officially, and this is how it went.
They're celebrating, Elder Lawyer, the dam that was built in Ethiopia. Now, she's taken what? A level of self-pride being from Ethiopia based on this haughty, this what you would call groundbreaking news. Fair use. And see, I'm going over this because what's going on, what she's announcing right here, is more important than what they are covering the news with in the United States to keep you distracted from what's really going on in the earth. What I'm showing you right here is one of the reasons they'd rather just show you Charlie Kirk 24 hours a day right now.
Yep.
Right? I don't get caught up in their events. I understand what their events are for.
Programming.
It's to take over the
distraction.
media cycle so that you don't
Distraction.
actually look at what's really happening.
On the banks of the Blue Nile, a new chapter begins, not just for Ethiopia, but for
Fair
the
use.
entire Horn of Africa. Water now surges through the turbines of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, or GAD, the crown jewel of Ethiopia's energy ambitions and the continent's largest hydroelectricity facility. Built at a cost of $5 billion, the dam now reaches full generating capacity, 5,150 megawatts, enough to power homes, factories, and futures across East Africa. But the moment is as political as it is technical. Standing before a gathering of regional leaders and citizens, Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed directly addressed the two nations
Fair use.
most concerned, Egypt and Sudan.
To our brothers in the downstream, to our Nubian Sudan brothers, and to our Misri Egypt brothers, who are worried out of innocent concerns, Ethiopia built the Renaissance Dam to prosper and to enlighten the region, never to hurt its brothers. I would like to confirm to you in front of the Ethiopian people that we will never retain your fair share of the water at any point.
Ethiopia sees the dam not just as infrastructure but as destiny, a unifying national project funded in part by citizens through bonds and donations.
It's truly incredible considering how our people had to come together to build this dam. It was not easy, fam. It cost billions of dollars and a lot of back and forth. It almost didn't happen because of all the threats, all of the pushbacks, all of the negativity and naysayers, but it happened. And as an Ethiopian that actually contributed to this dam being built,
Actually, not me. Okay, to be honest, my parents, when I was in school,
this bond and contributing to the Nile Dam started years ago, and Ethiopians came together and contributed and bought bonds and did our best basically to build this dam. It's definitely a national pride for Ethiopians, and as I said, even though I didn't directly contribute, my parents contributed and put my name there. So
you can say I did contribute in that way.
but I was too young, you know. I was not even in high school when they started collecting money at that time. So yeah, we made it, we did it. And allow me to say this to my Ethiopian people, Lamalla Ethiopian is እንኳን ደስ አለን. And we did it. It is incredible. So
We did it. Unfortunate, my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Now, why is this particular video being pushed as a celebration for Ethiopia? Listen to me clearly. If she understood the plans for this dam, she wouldn't be celebrating. Because Esau, being the cunning hunter, is now putting her people, our people in the diaspora, that's in Ethiopia, any Ethiopians, into a war they cannot win. And at the end of it, the people who was really behind this dam have no plan into sharing the electricity power and what? The new built Ethiopia with black people. Some people ask, well, Elder Ricard, what do you mean by this? Well, brothers and sisters, real quick, through the travels in this ministry, the Most High have allowed us to sit with people from all over the world. Well before the Arab Spring, I sat with someone. You probably heard me give this story, and I'm going to make it short. In Egypt, who said, right now, Israel is trying to put finances into building a dam in Ethiopia. And if they do, Egypt is going to war. Quote unquote. And I'm sitting there, you know, I'm playing like I don't know what's going on prophetically. I'm like, oh, that's deep. And then after that, I go into the UK and I begin to teach on the radio shows. And I meet this guy by the name of Pincock. He's a Jewish Muslim. Sister Bev got me on the radio there. It wasn't in Cresswell. I think it was, what area was that?
Sheffield.
It was Sheffield. Thank you, Elder.
Yes, sir.
So I go into Sheffield and go on the radio show with a Jewish Muslim. So I'm sitting there totally just annihilating Islam with the true history concerning its weaponry, its spiritual and political weaponry against God's people. The Arabs were looking at me like I was crazy. He was looking at me like, hey, you sure you want to say this up in here? Man, let me tell you, that radio station ain't never been the same since I went on that broadcast in the UK. After which, the Jewish Muslim named Pincock, he was a white guy, an author, mind you, he gave me one of his books. He said, you need to see this, sir. And guess what? The Jew Muslim in England know that we are the Jews of the diaspora who fell in 70 AD. Historian. He knew it. He says, you need to take my book. And I'm like, what? Listen to me, folks. He had no idea that I heard months before I spoke with him that I spoke to someone in Egypt that was talking about Israel financing a dam that will cut off the Nile River. And if the Nile River is cut off, they're going to war. Well, in the midst of his book, he showed me the greater Israel plan that was within his book. I'm going to show you that in a moment, folks. All the areas that the state of Israel, which is a Roman proxy, it's Rome, folks. There's a picture that was in the book, and I so happen to have it, that shows their objective with the greater Israel at the end of all these wars. They want to get all of the boundaries and locations that was promised to our people through Abraham's promise before the second coming of Christ. It took a Jew Muslim to show me this, and it so happens Ethiopia, parts of Ethiopia, is a part of the greater Israel that they would need to take over. But they cannot wipe out the Ethiopians like they're doing in Gaza. So what they're going to do is, through proxy war, they build the Ethiopian dam, make our people the face of it over there, so that now the Egyptians destroy the Ethiopians. See how it works? Ethiopia, listen, let me tell you, Egypt not only have the nuclear bomb, folks, Egypt is the most populated country throughout all of Africa. Hence the reason why Israel dared to go to war against Egypt. But if they can put black people there as a face who listened to the Zionists, then now, by default, Egypt will come against Ethiopia. Now, is that my opinion? No, I read it in, folks, I read the book when he gave it to me in 2010. So while they got people looking at events in the United States, y'all better figure out what's going on over in the Middle East. Here's an academic paper from the Middle East. The Israeli strategy towards the grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam that she's celebrating. And this study came out years ago. Middle East. The Israeli strategy towards the grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam that she's celebrating. And this study came out years ago. What is it? Look at this, folks. First, the Israeli contribution to the GERD project. Look at this here. And you got this woman believing that this is an accomplishment for Ethiopia. The Israeli contribution to the GERD project. The Nile River has been part of a strategic Zionist thought since its early beginnings, as the idea of establishing Zionist projects with the aim of delivering the Nile River to Israel. Folks, when did they think to do this? In 1903. You got this sister here celebrating like it's a win, when they're being used as a doormat to be rolled over. Nile water to Israel started in 1903 through calls made clearly by Theodor Herzl. Look up Theodor Herzl, folks. He's one of the grandfathers of Zionism. And the idea appeared during the 1964 to 1974 period, and again in the 1990s. I got the whole paperwork right here, folks, with the history, and I have a PDF. I'll be going into it in the news this coming Sunday. These are white papers. I was in Egypt where people was talking about that, listen, this thing is going to get deep if it's allowed. Why? Look at this. Here's the image, brothers and sisters. Here's the image of the greater Israel that was dreamt up by Zionists, the areas that they will control if they could before the coming of Christ. And as you can see, in the book that Pincock gave me, there's a snake, because they're the serpent people, surrounding all the areas they will take. That's in their plan to take. See? That's in their plan to take before the coming of Christ. They are the serpent people. You want to see the areas? All these areas, folks, are the borders that were shown to Abraham in the prophecy showing the land that our people will once get when Christ returns. And look at it, folks. Parts of Turkey. Right? When they started that war between Turkey, where England now owns part of Turkey, part of Cyprus, which is also was a part of the Turkish area. Turkey owns a part, and England owns a part. Well, Turkey are Edomites. They went to war. They're in war in Syria because they believe this land belongs to them. Look over here, folks. Baghdad, Iraq. Now we understand why they went to war in Iraq, right? Kuwait. Remember the Kuwait war under the Bushes? This is why they went to war there, right? Let's keep going. Medina, because Esau and Ishmael are working together. Right? Let's keep on going. The Gulf of Aqaba, the Suez Canal, and parts of Egypt. And folks, look at the Nile River right here. Hence the true reason the dam was built.
And the Ishmaelites, Ishmael, Abraham's son, was the father of the Arabs, right? So,
because in Ethiopia, what? You got it. In Ethiopia, folks, Sudan.
Ishmael's the father of the Arabs, and Esau, Isaac's son, the brother of Jacob, is the father of the white man or the Romans. And they have crafty counsel against Israel in Palm 83 to destroy them and to make them forget who they are and all that stuff. So, there you go. And a bunch of other nations, like all the Asian nations and shit. Moab and all that crap. So, Japheth.
In Ethiopia, the water flows downstream to the Nile. So if they cut off the water at Ethiopia, this will dry up Cairo. So what's going to happen? I don't care how they try to celebrate this. If they dry up the Nile, Egypt is finished. Egypt will never recover from this. Their farms, all of that, everything is gone. But it's prophecy. Now, let me show you this now. Let's show this. Looky here. Looky here. Is the Nile drying up? One of the world's most famous rivers is in danger. And this was reported in 2023. Now, if the waters were drying up back then, what do you think is going to happen now that the dam has now been put in operation? Now, what are they going to blame the water drying up with? They're going to claim, folks, that it's global warming. They are going to claim, look. The Nile River is credited as the longest river in the world, per Guinness Book of Records. The Nile is essential for fishing and agriculture throughout Eastern Africa. Look what they're going to blame. Climate change and overuse are drying up the Nile River. So here's the built-in excuse when it happens. They're going to claim it's climate change, global warming. When really, folks, I'm going to go there in a minute. Really, it's about this right here. The dream of Zionists. The greater Israel. Folks, you're not getting this anywhere. And guess what, folks? Lawyer will tell you. We were teaching this before going overseas. A lot of what you see here, we were teaching. Even about when they begin the war, that the Europeans, the Romans that are over there in the state of Israel are going to begin to run back to Kittim. And a couple of months ago, when Trump got in a position, you seen them all go into Cyprus. The Most High showed us this even before we went over there, and the Most High confirmed what he showed us out of the Bible while we were still in the United States before traveling any place. Huh? Now, so what is this prophecy? Elder Lawyer, if you will. And I'm just showing you more concerning Esau's deceptions. When will God's people Israel wake up to the deception? This woman is feeling good about Ethiopia and what's going on there, not realizing that her people are being used as doormats to one day be rolled over. Look at the fireworks. Our people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Esau will sit back and allow us to get all the shine. They will allow us to get all the credit. They've instigated these people into a war they're going to lose. Right? This dam doesn't have anything to do with Ethiopia outside of geography. This has everything to do with the greater Israel. Once the Egyptians wipe out the black people there, now Israel can come in and take the land that they feel belong to them according to prophecy. See this? And they always got some ceremonial people standing there that's going to take all of the bullets for this.
And this is how it went.
I understand she want to feel good about Ethiopia, but this is what happens when you don't read the Bible. Okay? Elder Lloyd, let's go to Isaiah. Isaiah 19:5.
Yes, sir. Isaiah 19, verse 5.
Isaiah 19, verse 5. Read it.
And the waters shall fail from the sea.
Matter of fact, Elder Lloyd, let's start at 3.
Verse 3. And the spirit of Egypt shall fail.
I'm sorry, Elder Lloyd. Let's start at 1.
Yes, sir. Verse 1. The burden of Egypt, behold, the Lord rideth upon a swift cloud, and shall come into Egypt. And the idols of Egypt shall be moved at his presence. And the heart of Egypt shall melt in the midst of it. And I will set the Egyptians against the Egyptians, and they shall fight every one against his brother, and every one against his neighbor. City against city, and kingdom against kingdom.
Y'all see this, folks? So now they say the Egyptians will fight against their neighbors. So our God has a hand in this, because why? All of these nations were complicit with destroying our people. Read the 3rd verse.
Verse 3. And the spirit of Egypt shall fail in the midst thereof, and I will destroy the counsel thereof. And they shall seek to the idols, and to the charmers, and to them that have familiar spirits, and to the wizards. And the Egyptians will I give over into the hand of a cruel lord, and a fierce king shall rule over them, saith the Lord of hosts.
Read, and what?
And the water shall fail from the sea, and the rivers shall be wasted and dried up.
And when it tell you that a fierce king shall rule over them, folks, you have to look at the geography of the people who are financing the dam, who's causing all the trouble over there in the Middle East. It's Esau, the cunning hunter. He starts the provocation and stands out the way while each side fight, and he'll come in to clear it up, and then he'll take the land belonging to him. Divide and conquer. And the waters shall what, Elder?
And the waters shall be wasted and dried up.
It
and
says,
they shall turn.
It says, and the waters shall fail from the sea, and the rivers shall be wasted and dried up. The Nile River, folks. Now you see why they wanted to see what's going on over here and are controlling the media with all these events so that it can just inundate everything so that you don't know what's going on in the world. They need to take over all the media cycle. That's why every other, you're going to see a shooting, you're going to see this, and they're going to try to turn it into more stories as long as they're getting eyeballs. so that we don't really understand what's going on prophetically. You're going to be talking about Charlie Kirk, what the bullet did, which way the bullet came, what people feel about the bullet. They're going to have a story after a story. Then it goes to a patsy. Well, what's the guy? What was his ideology? Where was he online? And they'll just keep, as long as you're looking at it, they're going to keep showing it. When I understand what their events are made for. So I said, let me look at what they're doing overseas. Because let me tell you, I'm like, the corporations are putting a lot of money behind this Charlie Kirk promotion. It's on every news cycle. And you know, in the editing rooms, they sit in a circle and say, this is what we need to talk about. Right? So when the corporations begin to fund these stories because they're on the news like nothing else is important, something is going on over there prophetically that we need to know about. Right? And the water shall fell from the sea. Read.
And the river shall be wasted and dried up.
And the river shall be wasted and dried up. Hey, Elder Lawyer, let's celebrate. Hey, let's talk about it.
Hello fam, welcome back to my channel. For those of you who are new, I am Wongin Zelalem. Today I bring you a great news. History has been made. We are so proud with this news coming out of Ethiopia, my country. This is truly a moment of pride, not just for Ethiopia, but for Africa. Ethiopia launched the Great Renaissance.
Let me tell you, boy, Esau is saying behind the scene, I'm your daddy. Carry my water, start my wars, and at the end of the day, then when you're lower in population, we'll come up with our army to clean up after the carnage. See? Joel, the 3rd chapter, Elder Lawyer. But the plan is Greater Israel. Greater Israel. They had a plan since the early 1900s to take all of these areas. See, the snake, because Esau are the serpent people. Rome. Okay, they are the serpent people. If you don't believe that, all you got to do is type in
Khazarians, converts, serpent people. That's what they were calling Khazaria. It was Esau. Esau's name became Edom. When he sold his birthright for a piece of red meat, he became the Vikings, the Greeks, the Romans. The Romans fell. They went to Khazaria to hide, being called the serpent people and shit. They came back as Jewish people and shit like that. So when they took over, when they colonized, they tried to replace us or disguise themselves as Jews or whatever.
Vatican, audience. Let me get it. Audience hall. Right? Snake. Vatican audience hall, snake. I wonder why the Vaticans, right? That's right, folks. The audience hall of the Vatican looks like a snake. Where the Pope is. Huh? The serpent people, folks. The Khazars, who converted into Judaism through political pressure. Not because they were Jews or not because they believed the religion. They were being pressed on either side between the Christians and Muslims between the 8th and the 11th century. And they converted. They were called the serpent people, Esau, in where? In Khazaria. Huh? The serpent people. The serpent we read of in the 10 horns in the book of Revelation, the 12th chapter, that's made out of 10 countries, 10 nations, which is the EU today, Rome,
beast.
Edomites. That's who's in Israel today, Edomites.
The nation.
Huh? Now, what preacher of God is going to be preaching and speaking from this particular position? And then when you look from this particular, when you go back here, it looks like the gates of hell where the thieves are. Huh? Oh yeah, y'all getting we laying it thick on here tonight, aren't we? Huh? Elder Lawyer, let's go to Joel the 3rd chapter. What we see in here. These people are crazy. And the pride of their heart have deceived them, but the Most High is going to show his power. Once he put his foot down on them, it's coming. Right? Let's go to Joel the 3rd chapter, if you will, Elder Lawyer. I'm going to show you what that dam will lead to. And remember, you heard this on the day that most people who didn't read the Bible thought the rapture would happen. September 24th, 2025. Right? Elder Lawyer, let's go to Joel 3rd chapter and let's see what's really going on here spiritually, prophetically.
Yes, sir. Joel 3:1.
Yeah.
For behold, in those days and in that time, when I shall bring again the captivity of Judah and Jerusalem, I will also gather all nations, and will bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat. And I will plead with them there for my people and for my heritage Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations and parted my land.
So, brothers and sisters, he's bringing all the nations together in the valley of decision and bringing them into the war. And Esau is a key player in this proxy. But Esau thinks that at the end of it, he's going to win if he gets rid of our people before the time Christ would return. So Esau can't stop the prophecies. He's in a race before Christ returns. He's still trying to get the land, but if he kill all Israel off before Christ returns, then his pride made him believe that maybe the Most High is going to change his mind and make them the chosen people. Insane, right? That's what they believe. Right? Elder Lawyer, let's go to Ezekiel. Let's go to Ezekiel, which speaks of put hooks in the jaws. Right?
Yes, sir. The book of Ezekiel, chapter 38 and 1.
Ezekiel 38, verse 1. Right? Hold on. Let me get it. Let's read it.
Yes, sir. Ezekiel 38 and 1. And the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, set thy face against Gog, the land of Magog, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal, and prophesy against him, and say, Thus saith the Lord God, Behold, I am against thee, O Gog, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal.
This is speaking of China right here. The spirits of the gods that China worship, but this is actually speaking of China. Read, I will do what?
Verse 4, And I will turn thee back and put hooks into thy jaws, and I will bring thee forth, and all thine army, horses and horsemen, all of them clothed with all sorts of armor, even a great company with bucklers and shields, all of them handling swords.
So here it is. China thought they was going to play the background and get paid and become the next superpower. The Most High said, no, 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 Gog and Magog. This is not talking about Russia, folks. This is China. I got records. The Eastern Bible tell you it's China. So they thought they was going to sit back and just benefit while America falls, so that by proxy, by default, they would become the next superpower. But now you see them over in the Middle East and over in Africa and over in areas, because Esau is saying, I'm not going out by myself. I'm going to show you've been working with us too against my brother Jacob. So now China began to make agreements all over in Africa because they're being brought into the Valley of Jehoshaphat to get stomped out by God. Eventually. Right? But over in the Middle East and over in Africa. So they thought they was going to sit back and, folks, this is China. I got records. The Eastern Bible tell you it's China. The Most High said, no, 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 Gog and Magog. This is not talking about Russia, folks. This is China. I got records. The Eastern Bible tell you it's China. So they thought they was going to sit back and just benefit while America falls, so that by proxy, by default, they would become the next superpower. But now you see them over in the Middle East and over. So they thought they was going to sit, oh no, Gog and Magog. This is not talking about Russia, folks. Myself, I'm going to show you've been working with us too against my brother Jacob. So now China began to make agreements all over in Africa because they're being brought into the Valley of Jehoshaphat to get stomped out by God. Eventually. Right? So who else is being brought into the war? Who? Let's read it, Elder.
Yes, sir. Verse 5. Persia.
Iran.
Ethiopia.
Ethiopia, the dam.
And Libya with them.
Libya. And that also links directly with the Sudan, who will also lose water. Huh? It's all prophecy, folks. Now what Esau gonna do, he's gonna haul-tail back to Rome. Eventually. But he's stirring the pot so that Iran can drop the bombs. Persia, Ethiopia, Libya. So now Esau, all the nations he conspired are fighting against one another. And now Esau by default will say, well, okay, since we instigated this, but they started fighting one another, by default, we'll just rule this world under the New World Order going forward. That agreement for all Gentiles to rule equally has now ended. So that's why Esau ran around creating all these fires. So that he would turn all the nations against one another. But eventually it's the Most High using all of this to weaken the armies of the earth before Christ returns. You'll never hear it quantified and put into a package like you're hearing tonight. Now, when you see things going on in the Middle East, you have the knowledge according to the Bible what's going down. Stop looking at some of these events out there that's just taking over the media cycle so that you don't know what's going on concerning our God in Christ and prophecy. Persia, Ethiopia, and Libya, and all of them with shields and helmets. Go on.
Verse 6. Gomer and all his bands. The house of Togarmah of the north quarters and all his bands, and many people with thee. Be thou prepared and prepare for thyself. Thou and all thy company are assembled unto thee. And be thou a guard unto them.
And be thou a guard unto them. What are we talking about? The battle in which all the Gentiles come against each other, and that weakens the armies of the earth before Christ's return. You're hearing it right here. Now that that dam have come on, the same time Trump is positioned, you forget about it, because when that dam when the Nile start drying up, Egypt is coming into war, folks. It's for their very existence. And they said this well over 15 years ago. They said hey, this happens, we going to war. And Israel is saying, okay, y'all can go to war if y'all would like. Y'all can go to war if y'all like. You know, just get the Ethiopians out of the way so we don't have this negative PR internationally like we do with Gaza. So we'll let Egypt take care of our dirty work there. And at the end, it'll be Esau benefiting from the dam. See how it works? See how it works? There's no plans for black people to enjoy the power and water that comes from that dam. Okay. When it says 7-year tribulation, it really breaks down to the last 7 of the consummation. It's not saying there's a 7-year tribulation. We've been under tribulation since our people lost Jerusalem. We've been in a tribulation. The last 7 years is just the end of it. Someone asked a good question, right? But are African leaders who were on the opening in conjunction with Israel? Brothers and sisters, how many times we're going to have to tell you? The only thing you have to do with some of these leaders is break them off. It's ceremonial. The people that they have celebrating in these countries that look like us have been put in place by America, by the Zionists, as front people, the same way they fronted America, Barack Obama. There's no leader that's going to be in Africa resisting unless they, no. Anything that's being signed, all of those people in position are in agreement because they were put in position to be the ceremonial face of the synagogue of Satan. See that? So it's not that they are in agreement with it. They wouldn't have the position if they didn't agree with it before they were given the position. Right? Like we had a pastor that I grew up with who came on this very same broadcast who said there was this Democrat Jewish guy who came to him and said that if he agreed to sign a pact that promotes transgenderism in schools, in the public schools, that pastor would have the city council position. He came on his broadcast and
I remember that.
said it. But he said, if you don't sign the pact first, we're going to give it to this gay guy who lives in Houston. And we'll pay for him to come over here, and he will have the position here in Philadelphia. He came on his program. The pastor said, well, I can't do that. I can't compromise my morals. I've been raised in Philadelphia, and I'm here to serve my Philadelphia constituencies. Now they got a gay guy they brought in from Houston in city council instead of a pastor who was going to stand against transgenderism. They brought the gay black dude into Philadelphia. He became a Philadelphian, and now he's on city council within Philadelphia right now. So if you want to know about these politicians, they must sign pacts before they're given these positions.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So it's no different than T on the corner getting paid to do this.
Yeah, I don't want to listen to that. Those people are crazy.
Lives Matter production, trying to get black people out there to say something about this man. Listen, if it happened like they said it is, and I don't listen to anything I see on the news, white on white crime, we have nothing to do with any of this. I'd rather figure out what's going on with the water, the Nile River drying up. And I'd rather really try to figure out what's going on with that. Right? And the greater Israel, who they said they would take all these areas before the coming of Christ, being the firstborn, who is Edom. All right? Now, Elder Lawyer, something interesting I wanted to show real quick before I open up the lines is this. A lot of people don't know, and I'm going to be showing this color in the Bible in the academy. The Palazzo Trinzi Palace that was built by our people, blacks, in Italy. A lot of the Moors were our people too in Spain. The majority of them were Israelites. Well, there's some paintings, Elder Lawyer, that came out of this palace. Now, the reason why I'm showing King James in the 1600s, because this black man right here, lawyer, that came out of this palace. Now, the reason why I'm showing King James in the 1600s, because this black man right here, I'm going to show you his face. This black man who ruled Europe, who the Roman Catholic Church lied on through the Bacon family, talking about he was homosexual and all that. They were liars. He wrote a book, King James the Sixth and First, and the Reunion of Christendom, where he identifies the Vatican seat that controlled the Jesuits as the seat of Satan. A black man. The last black man to sit on the throne in Europe because we ruled Europe. Well, even before that, in that particular castle in Italy, folks, I'm going to show you some interesting pictures. Here is a picture of King James from that particular castle. The Rex David from that castle. Ready, huh? He ready, all right. Did y'all know that this picture is an actual picture that we left in Europe, in Italy, from the Palazzo Trinzi Castle in Umbria? Interesting, isn't it? Interesting. In Umbria. Interesting, isn't it? Interesting. So then I begs to ask the question again, when will God's people Israel stop falling for the deception?
That's the real King James.
In that particular, the Palazzo Trinzi Palace that was built by our people, blacks, in Italy. A lot of the Moors were our people too in Spain. The majority of them were Israelites. Well, there's some paintings, Elder Lawyer, that came out of this palace. Now, the reason why I'm showing King James in the 1600s, because this black man right here, I'm going to show you his face. This black man who ruled Europe, who the Roman Catholic Church lied on through the Bacon family, talking about he was homosexual and all that. They were liars. He wrote a book, King James the Sixth and First, and the Reunion of Christendom, where he identifies the Vatican seat that controlled the Jesuits as the seat of Satan. A black man. The last black man to sit on the throne in Europe, because we ruled Europe. Well, even before that, in
Seed of Satan being the Vatican with those Romans. Jewish people are Romans from Esau. They're not Israelites.
that particular castle in Italy, folks, I'm going to show you some interesting pictures. Here is a picture of King James from that particular castle. The Rex David from that castle. Ready, huh? You ready, all right? Did y'all know that this picture is an actual picture that we left in Europe, in Italy? From the Palazzo Trinzi Castle in Umbria. Interesting, isn't it? Interesting. So then I begs to ask the question again, when will God's people Israel stop falling for the deception? See, that's why Esau is panicking now and just throwing out all these events and news, because time is running out and our people are waking up. All right? Here's something else that's from that castle that's interesting. Guess who this is? That's right. Scipius Africanus. Scipius Africanus was black, folks. Same castle. That's why when the Italians came over here, the whites start calling them Guinea. Guinea is what? Guinea is a racial slur, claiming that blacks came over into Italy and began to reprocreate and take over. Guinea is in Africa. So what they say? They started calling Italians Guineas because they really are children, a lot of them. Leo Scipius Africanus was black. Yeah, a lot of these people were Masons, but we got black Masons now from Prince Hall. They're still Israelites. But why is Esau obsessed with just changing everything to white? That's why they call it the Renaissance period, rebirth. We're going to lie and say that we were all the great people, generals and masterminds behind everything, when really God always brought forth the spirit of ingenuity, intelligence, and all of that through the children of Israel throughout history. Esau could not have done anything if it wasn't for us. Huh? Yeah. So I thought I would just share a little bit of that with y'all. Right? So, if y'all want to come on in, the water's fine. There will be no rapture. And hey, after a broadcast like this with much information, hey, there's not much I can say right now. But what I can do is open it up so you can come on in if you have something to say, right? So, this is what we're going to do. Again, for those who missed it, the Hebrew and Bible Academy, week 4, who is Edom? If you think today was something, come in this coming Sunday, and it's gonna blow you away. All right? It's gonna blow you away. We're gonna have Damon Wilson coming on in week 6. The one who played Lamont from Sanford and Son, the great iconic series that my mother, my father, we all grew up to love. He will be coming on. He have a book on certain prophecies, and we're gonna talk. He want to talk about what? He's gonna speak on his predictions on what he thinks to come compared to when we were coming up. How close are we? And is there anything that he see that he didn't know would happen based on some of his predictions from the past? Like, are we progressing faster than he even thought? Well, I'm going to ask those questions and more in our academy. We're going to bring him in for an hour to catch up with Damon Wilson. Week 9, we're bringing in Elder Aurea, who will be speaking on gut health, brain food, and the connection between the two. We clear our diets up, and guess what? You'll begin to think clearer. Right? Food is medicine. And Elder Aurea are going to come in week 9 for that. And last week of the academy, we're going to bring in Elder Ramar, who's going to be speaking on health. He's going to be speaking on health. He's doing his own health tinctures. We're doing everything to pivot, knowing that soon, we're not going to be able to take what they're giving us as so-called remedies. Some of this stuff they're giving us is doing more harm than good. So now we have to get into herbs. We have to get into what the Most High made to keep us healthy. And Elder Ramar, week 12, is going to discuss some of those things with us. And you can be a part of this academy. We're only in week 4. If you go to historytimes.org to enroll. If you do so, we'll make sure you receive all you missed for the last 3 weeks to catch up by Sunday, okay? That means news, Hebrew, as well as lesson. All right? So, now that we have that, we're going to try to break this down because there's a lot we want to talk about. And I'm going to talk about everything outside of Charlie Kirk. I could care less about any of that stuff. We're in the Bible right now. And we're not trying to deal with events and all these other things to stoke racial tension. They got the armies there, and they're waiting for one of our people to act up out of their mind, so to use the armies they have in place. So the demo nuts are now coming out with these people hollering against Charlie Kirk, trying to use it as a racial narrative. And our people do not fall for it. Okay? It's nonsense. All of it. Take care of your families. Follow the law, statutes, and commandments of God. And do not get provoked to go out to march or nothing. Don't do none of that crap. Okay? They could care less about you. The demo nuts are losing their numbers, and they're trying to pull the old let me do the George Floyd thing to see if we can get some more votes. No. Since you brought in the illegals and the non-documented, have them go out there for you. Okay? You want to do something for God's people that you know built this country? Look at what you gave the Jews and match that and give it to the tribe of Judah who built this country. How about that? And still, you're not going to get the vote. All right? Now, let's go here. Let's go here. Our people are becoming savvy now. They're waking up politically, and I thank the Most High for it. And we're not falling for Esau's tricks anymore. Okay? They're going to try to pull us into some white-on-white stuff. If y'all say it happened like it did, then that's y'all business. All right? With Bennett, we are not in it.
It's true. It's wild and white crime, but yeah, you got some black people talking about it's racism. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's crazy.
All right.
Paid actors to rile us up.
If you need a church home, Tiffany, welcome to the Gathering of Christ Church. All right. I put out the link there. Go to historytimes.org if you want to enroll. I'll put the link for Zoom who would like to come in. If you have anything to say, or even if you question the doctrine that we teach, I'm open for that too. Elder, I would like to get baptized. I'll call you tomorrow, 339 area code. If you want to come in, just text the number on your screen, 445-888-2759. Text this and I'll bring you in if you have anything to say on the topic we're talking about today. this evening. Someone says, Elder Lawyer, there's a Bass Pro Shop is where you can get dare urine if you need it. All right. For those who don't know, we're talking about Esau being the cunning hunter. How they go get some deer urine and go run into the woods to attract a female deer. You know, hey, you got to get it how you can get it, right? Listen, hey, Judah just use bows and arrows. You know, right. You know, I'm not down. You know, I'm not down with that. But if you're gonna come on in, here's your opportunity. If you need to speak with the elders, 445-888-2759. You can text, and we'll bring you right in. Or if you are like to currently come in through Zoom, there was a link I put into Zoom. Right? Esau won't be playing around with it. Hold up, let me answer this.
If you are current.
How you doing, Monica? How are you? 971 area code. You're live with the Gathering Christ Church. How are you?
All right. Shalom, Elder.
Shalom. Talk to me.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to greet both of the elders because I usually just be saying, "What's up, Elder?" You know, that's why I said Shalom, elders, plural. I made it plural tonight.
Well, thank you, brother. Your name? Where you from?
This is brother Israel, man.
How you doing?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just had a question because I'm trying to make sure I get what I want from the Most High. Like, and I be angry at him at certain times because of the stuff that I've been going through over these periods.
Hey brother, you be coming in with some weird sideways stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, brother. You got to pull it together.
You talking about sticking with the topic?
No, I'm just talking about. How do you mean you angry with the Most High? What did the Most High do to you?
Well, I prayed. I had faith about certain situations, and it didn't fall through.
Well, brother, are you trying? You want the Most High to do your will, or are you trying to do the Most High's will?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, I'm trying to do his will.
No. Answer the question because this is going to allow you to think straight going forward.
Okay.
Do you want the Most High to do your will? Or
I would say based on it saying he give you the desires of your heart.
No, I'm saying. See, that comes in order though. That comes with obedience.
Okay.
So you have to do the Most High's will.
Okay.
Because what you might be looking to pray for is probably counter to what the Most High wants you to deal with.
Okay, it was in relation to my grandmother passing away.
Well, brother, it's the Most High who brings forth the birth and gives the issues of death, right?
Okay.
All right, so you can look at it one of two ways. Did you have any control of your grandmother being born?
No, sir.
Do you thank the Most High that he brought her to this earth and had such an impact on your life?
Yeah.
Thank him for that. Because the same God who took her gave her to you. So it's really dependent on how you're viewing it.
Okay.
You know how much I did to try to keep my mother alive? I almost scorched the whole earth trying to keep her alive.
Right.
But I had to deal with the realization that the Most High gave her to me. The Most High had her here. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be here. So it's him who gives forth the issue of death. So now I got to appreciate the God who gave my mother to me.
Right.
Who nurtured me to be the man I've become.
Okay.
And I'm not going to get mad at the Most High because he took the same spirit he sent. So it depends on how you look at it, because you don't want to come off as an ungrateful child.
Okay.
And that's what you're sounding like, right?
I guess so, man. I was just trying to see if that would interfere with prayer, because I thought
No,
King David was yelling at God.
Okay. You're not King David. And it's another thing. I see so many people make examples to give an excuse for folly.
Okay.
Let me show you the prayer that works.
All right.
Get a Bible.
All right. Let's get this real quick. All right. Trying to hold back tears.
No, don't worry about it, brother. And you know what, brother? You got my deepest condolences, but you got to put these things into proper perspective.
Okay, I'm with you.
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay, I need you to read something here.
Okay.
Right? I need you to go to Matthew 6.
All right, I'm there.
This is your prayer. Right? Start at the 6th verse.
Take heed that ye do not your own.
Hey, brother, I don't know what's going on with your phone right now. The prayer started and you started sounding like you underwater now. What happened?
That's my tears putting me underwater. Hold up. It's take heed that ye do not your alms before men.
No, Matthew 6 verse 6. Read it.
Oh, my bad, Elder. Hold up. But thou, when thou prayest, enter into thy closet, and when thou hast shut the door, pray to thy Father which is in secret. Does that mean in your mind or in the physical place?
Brother, you're overthinking it. Let Christ take over. Read it.
All right. But thou, when thou prayest, enter into thy closet, and when thou hast shut thy door, pray to thy Father which is in secret, and thy Father which seeth thee in secret shall reward thee openly.
Keep on going.
But when ye pray, use not vain repetitions, as the heathen do, for they think that they shall be heard for their much speaking.
So if you pray, it's telling you, young man, the Most High heard you.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
You can't pray for something the Most High doesn't want. And when it's time for him to take a person, a soul he sent, there's no control over that. So understand the Most High heard you. Right?
Right. Yeah.
Finish reading.
Okay. But not ye therefore, be not ye therefore like unto them, for your Father knoweth what things ye have need of before ye ask him.
So the Most High knew before you prayed what you wanted. But you have to understand, when the Most High want to call the people, his children, home, he called his children home. Okay. Right? Read on. So this is what you have to worry about now. This is you living on earth now. Read.
Okay. After this manner, therefore pray ye, our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
Stop right there. Because see, you're reading so quick, you're missing it.
Okay.
When it says thy kingdom come, who kingdom have to come? His or yours?
His.
Thy will be done in earth. Whose will? His or yours?
His.
It's in your prayer every day, brother. Even Christ, he sat before the Father in the Garden of Gethsemane and stated, Father, let this cup pass me.
Right.
But if it be thy will, let thy will be done.
Okay.
The same way we pray for our loved one. Lord,
right, so
listen. Lord, I love my family. I love my mama. I love my papa. If it be your will, give me more time with them.
Right.
But if it be thy will, let thy will be done. That's why it says, Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Lord, allow your will to be done. And I'll understand it. Because you know more than me. Read.
Okay, as it is in heaven, give us this day our daily bread.
Stop right there. Did you eat today?
Physically or with the word?
What's a daily bread?
I believe it's referring to the Bible right there, right?
Oh, no. You overthink everything, young man. You got to relax your mind. Bread is bread. Did you get a sandwich today?
Yeah.
So let's deal with everything literal. Everything is not metaphorical and deep.
Okay.
Let's deal with the simplicity of Christ. Like I say, you overthink. I don't know how you did. Listen, I don't know how you get through a day without driving yourself mad. You overthink everything. Give us this day our what?
Daily bread.
So did the Most High make sure whatever's going on that you ate today?
Yeah.
Was that prayer answered?
I didn't pray for it, but I believe it was given. I guess I'm overthinking again.
But the whole thing is, we don't really think on the things the Most High actually bless us with regularly through our prayer. There's people that are starving all over the earth, and you got a full belly.
Right.
Instead of finding ways to get mad at the Most High, what about thanking Him?
Right. Okay.
All right, brother. I'm gonna pray for you. You have a great night. Don't ever tell me you got mad at the Most High again, because that's a fight you can't win. Shalom.
Shalom.
All right, who we got next? I'm gonna tell you, y'all brothers, man, y'all gonna have to man up. Y'all gonna have to man up. I'm gonna tell you straight up. I'm gonna tell you why you gotta man up. Women are seeking men to lead them. And if you're emotionally unstable and are all caught up in your emotions, the woman is going to be like, hold up, I'm the emotional one in this relationship. Okay, you're going to have to man up. You can't have two in the house like that. So men got to man up. Because I'm going to tell you, if you're operating like that, it's hard to satisfy people like that, because everything you do, they're going to look at it as an issue. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? And one be like, hold up. Why are you? A man is supposed to be stoic, strong. And not to say that there's not emotional times, but everything can't be a problem. You have to now change your mind and focus on the blessings. Focus on the blessings. You can't be looking at what's wrong all the time. What's right? What do I have to thank the Most High for? Right? But we can help you with that. Keep on calling. Because we're going to give you what growing up, it was a different breed of man. You keep calling, we'll set you straight. Right? A different breed of man, we was coming up. Like, listen, hey, you're going to come to me with solutions, sir. Okay? You're going to come to me with solutions. All this over emotional stuff, I'm mad. Nah. That's a whole nother conversation we're going to have, possibly. Okay, look who we have here. All right. Let me see who else we have coming in here. We got Kiara. Okay. Look who we have here. How you doing, Kiara? Unmute, please. Unmute Kiara. Unmute Kiara.
Yeah, Kiara.
Yes, this is Gathering of Christ Church for the live stream. How are you?
Yeah, hi. My name is Carlos. Am I talking to Elder Rakab?
Yes, you are talking to Elder Ricard. How are you?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Sorry. I didn't know how this worked. I've been meaning to make contact for quite a while, but kind of got busy.
Your name?
So, okay, yeah, sorry. My bad. My name is Carlos. I'm sorry, I just got excited for a moment.
Okay.
So, yeah, my name is Carlos.
It's all right, Brother Carlos. Where you from?
Okay, how to say, I'm right now in Mexico. I was living in Veracruz, currently traveling, and yeah.
Traveling what? Military?
Story.
What are you traveling around for?
No, definitely with family, visiting.
With family. Where you from?
Yeah, from Veracruz. Veracruz, Mexico.
You from Mexico? Are you Issachar?
No, I'm Judah. Judah.
You a Judah that's floating around in Mexico. Why?
long story, brother. So yeah, it's yeah.
But anyway, what's the reason for your call?
Oh yeah. I just been meaning to ask for a breakdown on Sirach. What is it? 43 verse 6. Because I'm trying to get a better understanding as far as the I'd say calendar of Enoch.
Okay, you saying?
The Enochian calendar.
Oh, okay. What 43 and 6?
Yeah, 43 and 6 about the moon. It says the moon is a sign for Jesus. But,
what book?
Yeah.
What book?
Yeah, the book of Sirach or Ecclesiasticus, chapter 43, verse 6.
All right. Okay, all right. Let me get it. Great question. All right. All right, Sirach 36, you said?
No, I think I meant 43 verse and 6.
43 verse 6. So you want understanding of calculation, right?
True, because only basing off of that scripture makes me think that it's a lunar calendar, but I don't know.
Okay,
what's your breakdown of that?
Well, let's unpack it. How old are you?
Okay, I'm 24.
24. All right. So I'm going to prove to you right now that this is not speaking of the moon. But let's read it. 43 and 6. Read it.
All right. Let me see. I'll bring up my Apocrypha. Like that.
Take your time.
43. All right. So we're in the book of... Let's see.
You tell me to get a scripture. You don't even got it on. Okay, all right. I got you, young man. But it's okay.
So yeah, Sirach 43 verse 6, he says, he made the moon also to serve in her seasons for a declaration of times and a sign of the world. And verse 7 says, from the moon is the sign of peace, a light that decreaseth in her perfection. And the third verse says, the month is called after her name, increasing wonderfully in her changing.
I think he's confused because the new moon means new month, right? Then following the moon, the Bible says is 10 days behind the sun. Then following the moon, there's a deity a female goddess, like a female fallen angel attached to stuff like that, like Semiramis from Babylon. So, stuff like that.
Being an instrument of the armies above, shining in the firmament of heaven.
Like, I think Asians, like Chinese people or Japan or something like that, they follow the moon and all that. Lunar calendar, lunar years, blah, blah, blah. They're following Satan. They're following the dragon. So it's like, you gotta look at the origin and where it's all coming from, right? You gotta look at the translations and stuff like that. Look at the context, stuff like that.
Okay, let me show you that it's not speaking of the moon only. All right.
All right.
He made the moon also to serve her seasons for declaration of times and a sign of the world. Right?
The world, right?
Right.
For the moon is the sign of feast.
Is the sign of feast.
Hold up, I need you to cut me off in the background.
What? Something in the background, you said?
Yes, there's feedback because you have YouTube playing.
Yeah. Let me see. I think it's because of my headphones. Let's see. Let me put it on.
Crit chance of evading.
No, only thing you have to do is mute YouTube.
Okay, quick.
That's it. Lord have mercy, man. Y'all make for bad broadcasting. You are.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, you're supposed to make sure, brother. Lord have mercy.
Okay.
Do me a favor. Take me off any speaker, brother. Take me off any speaker right now, please.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have any speakers. It's only my phone.
So why is it feeding back? Do you have YouTube playing?
No. I only got a phone app.
Okay, it's fine right now. It's fine right now. From the moon is a sign of what?
Okay, a season.
Can you read it, please?
Let's see. Yeah, my bad. So, from the moon is the sign of feast.
Let me read it. Sirach 43:6. He made the moon also to serve in her season for a declaration of times and a sign of the world. From moon is the sign of feast, a light that decreaseth in her perfection. Right?
Right.
The month is called after her name. Correct?
Correct.
Increasing wonderfully in her changing, being an instrument of the armies above, shining in the firmament of heaven. Correct?
Correct.
Now, all of this is 100% correct. But it's not telling you to calculate time of the year using the moon. How do you know this? This is how you know this.
Okay.
Right?
Right.
Listen to me clearly. How many days are in a lunar year?
Last time I checked, 354.
No.
No?
No. 300 and what?
50. It's 355, huh? 10 days behind.
354. I thought you said 364.
Oh, 350.
No, I meant
360.
354.
354. Yes. So if it's 354s in a lunar year, where are the other 10 days?
The 10 days. I know how.
Huh?
It always
That's
comes 10
354.
days early. It always comes 10 days early, so I really don't know where it's allotted to.
I'm saying, listen, if we are to calculate time according to the moon, how's it coming up 10 days early? It should just be a full year, 354 days. Where are the 10 days?
I don't know.
All right. So that means you must learn something, right?
Yeah.
So the lunar calendar have you what? 6 months, 30 days, and 6 months, 29 days, coming up what? 10 days short. You know why?
Correct.
You know why?
No, I don't know.
Because the moon follows the sun through
Because
portals.
It's a female.
That's the female. Sun is male.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is masculine and feminine.
Mm-hmm.
Not female and male. Masculine and feminine.
Mm-hmm.
So if the moon is following the sun, who's the leader?
Well, the sun.
And how many days is a solar year?
Well, according to the Book of Enoch, 364.
Well, it is.
Mm-hmm.
So each year, because the moon comes out of her course, there's a different sign of that moon based on its following the sun. So every feast, the moon is not going to be the same. It's going to be the proximity of that 10 days short.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
So it's true that the moon is a sign for those feasts, but that moon is not the same from one year to the next because the moon comes up 10 days short. It's a different moon, and Manasseh, back then, who could read the stars, would know that moon. It wasn't always the same. You cannot calculate. You cannot calculate a year from the slither of the moon because a calendar year with the moon comes up 10 days short. So right there, that destroys doing holy days according to the moon. What you just read wasn't saying doing holy days according to the moon. It was showing signs of the moon for those particular seasons and holy days. Now, you getting it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me show you now.
About it.
Let me show you now. Right? Elder Lawyer, I don't know if you already have your let me get it here. Your pseudepigrapha of the Old Testament Book of Jubilees.
Okay.
Do you have our calendar that you can order from the website, my brother?
No, I don't. I mean, I only see the holy day list on your website.
I would suggest you order our calendar because we have all the breakdown right there. Because I can understand how it confuses people when they say that the moon is for feasts and seasons. It'll make you believe you're supposed to calculate the holy days and seasons utilizing the moon. Well, that's what the Babylonians begin to do. And that's why the Jewish people do it, because they're going under the Babylonian calendar. That's why their time is thrown off. Okay?
Yeah.
Because with the moon, it comes up 10 days too short each year.
Then just like Satan is like the sun god, Cerambyces is the moon god. So you're following fallen angels and demons when you do that as well. So, because the sun and the moon is representative of Satan and Cerambyces, and the sun and the moon are actually angels that was transformed into the luminaries, actually, by the Most High.
Got that? Now and this is what the Most High told Moses in the Book of Jubilees, that you must. It comes.
Actually, want to screenshot this. I need to read all this, man. The Apocrypha, the 80 books, the 14 books that was taken out of the Bible, King James Version, the real Bible, King James Version. I only read Book of Enoch, Second Esdras, and like Jasher Jubilees. I didn't read like the other stuff.
10 days.
Like Second Baruch. I read some of what is it called, Josephus? I read some of that.
according to Sabbaths, right?
Yes.
Like let me give you an example. There's 52 weeks in a calendar year, right? 5, 2, 7. When you multiply 52 by 7, it gives you what?
364 days.
364. So if you follow Sabbaths, you'll never lose track of time.
Yep, Sabbath
Got
is
that?
seven. Every seventh day is the Sabbath, which is Saturday. Friday, sundown, Saturday, sundown. Not Sunday.
Yeah.
But if you follow the moon,
Sunday is the first day of the week.
you'll lose track of time. See? Now,
Yeah, I see.
right? So God warned Moses of this. Elder Lawyer, I need you to go there real quick. In the book of Jubilees, when it comes to time.
Yes, sir. This is
Stage-
Jubilees 6 and 32.
Jubilees 6, verse 32. Right? And I have it on the screen so you can see it. And he told Moses, he told Moses what? Let's read it.
And command thou the children of Israel that they observe the years according to this reckoning, 364 days. And these will constitute a complete year, and they will not disturb its time from day to day and from its feast. For everything will fall out in them according to their testimony, and they will not leave out any day, nor disturb any feast. But if they do neglect and do not observe them according to his commandment, then they will disturb all their seasons, and their years will be dislodged from this order, and they will disturb the seasons, and the years will be dislodged, and they will neglect their ordinances.
Now, he told them, you remember the Sabbath, keep it holy. You follow the Sabbath, 52 Sabbaths, you'll be right on time. Don't ever try anything different. Read.
Verse number 30.
And all the children of Israel.
34. And all the children of Israel will forget and will not find.
It's true. It's because it's the same day every year until you start dealing with the moon, and now it's like random. It's like it's different. It's not the same day.
The path of the years, and will forget the new moons and seasons and Sabbaths. And they will go wrong as to all the order of the years.
Mm-hmm.
For I know, and from henceforth shall I declare it unto thee, and it is not of my own devising, for the book lies written before me. And on the heavenly tablets the division of days is ordained, lest they forget the feast of the covenant and walk according to the feast of the Gentiles, after their error and after their ignorance.
Read.
For if there will be those who will assuredly make observations of the moon.
Observations of the what?
Observations of the moon.
That's the problem if you're looking at the moon only. Read.
Now it disturbs the seasons and comes in from year to year, 10 days too soon.
So it doesn't determine the seasons, it disturbs the seasons. Why? Read.
It disturbs the seasons and comes in from year to year, 10 days too soon.
10 days too soon. You see this? So it comes in. Let me get it here. It disturbed the seasons. What verse are you at, Elder?
36.
36. And it says the Gentiles would do this. It what? And it comes in 10 days too soon. 354. All you got to do is go online and ask how many days in a lunar year. 354. Then ask, well, okay, how do you get 365? How do you get 365 in the United States and do leap years to try to compensate for not following God? Right? So anybody that know common math can tell you that you cannot follow the holy days according to the moon only. Even your watch, well, the old watches, you cannot keep time with one dial on the clock. The moon works in conjunction following the sun to keep time. Now, it says right here, the mistake of the Gentiles is doing what? Let's read it again. 36.
But there will be those who will assuredly make observations of the moon.
Observations of the moon.
How it disturbs the seasons and comes in from year to year, 10 days too soon.
10 days too soon. Read.
For this reason, the years will come upon them when they will disturb the order and make an abominable day the day of testimony.
Like the Jewish people are doing, talking about Rosh Hashanah. It is not Rosh Hashanah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So following
And this is why every year their Passover isn't at a fixed time each year. The Passover every year is on a Sabbath, Friday sundown. This is why every year you see these Hebrews, every different day of the week, they doing Passover. When the Passover is every Sabbath, it comes in every year at the same time, Friday sundown.
Yeah.
Read on.
Okay, yeah.
And an unclean day a feast day, and they will confound all the days, the holy with the unclean, and the unclean day with the holy. But they will go wrong as for the months and Sabbaths and feasts and jubilees.
And jubilees. So, brother, what you're reading in Sirach isn't wrong. But you don't have the perspective that the fact that you're looking at the moon only. That's the mistake. Every year, year for those holy days, the moon is different based on that 10-day approximate that's left off. So the moon is not the same for the Passover from year to year. Okay? Now you got...
I think there's another verse that's a precept, like the moon in her ways, she wanders off, right? She's like left behind, wandering off. Like it's like a precept. Like if you follow the moon, you're gonna be off. The Bible would tell you that. The Bible tells you that. So it's gonna be more than 10 days over years and years. It's gonna be way past that. Like if you're 10 days off for thousands of years, hundreds of years, I mean, who knows what you're even? I don't even know.
Intercalary days. Intercalary days divide the seasons. You got 360 days and 4 intercalary days, which is the change of season that the Bible calls new months. That has nothing to do with the moon. It has everything to do with a separation between seasons according to the 364 calculation. You got 30, 30, 31. You got 30, 30, 31. Spring. 30, 30, 31. That extra one, that spring becomes what? Summer. 30, 30, 31. Fall. 30, 30, 31. That 31, that first intercalary, that becomes winter. And then the cycle continues and continues according to Sabbaths. Yeah, what's your question?
Yeah. Thank you for the breakdown. I just really wanted to how to say now that.
Yeah, what's your question? 31. That 31, that first intercalary, that becomes winter, and then the cycle continues and continues according to Sabbaths. Yeah, what's your question?
Yeah. Thank you for the breakdown. I just really wanted to how to say now that I have a better understanding as to what that verse means. How can the moon be used with this calendar, because it is meant for signs?
That's a good question. How is that moon used? It's for signs. So there's certain signs in the sky based on these holy days with the moon. Sometimes it'll show up red. Sometimes it'll show up this. It show up different variations as a sign coming to the end. Like when the Most High said that the sky will become darkened. The moon will turn red. Those are the signs as we get closer showing Christ will soon return. That I can show you that as an example. Now, the whole lesson can be made on this, but it's not looking at the moon only. That's the mistake. And this is what Satan have done from the beginning, my brother. Think about it. Satan from the beginning tried to exalt what? The female over the male. So now everything is masculine from the Most High. He exalts everything feminine or less to play against the Most High's creation. The moon operates behind the sun. Even the signs of her reflections, when she turns red, it's because of the reflection off of the sun. All the signs you're dealing with comes from the sun.
Yeah, I didn't see it that way, but yeah.
So that's why the Arabs worshiping Semiramis, they have the crescent moon.
Yep.
That's why they do it. Because it's Babylonian. It's out of order. It's female over male.
Yep. Exactly. So exactly what I was saying. Semiramis, female fallen angel, the Statue of Liberty, like that. All out of order. Order is like what? The Most High, then Christ, the Holy Spirit, which is feminine. Then it's like the angels, man, woman, child. So all that stuff, when it gets out of order, that's when shit starts becoming satanic and paganistic. You know, demonic.
The worship of what? The feminine. Okay? And this is why even on your particular it's the feminine reproduction they're worshiping by upholding the moon, because they know she's the what? She's the feminine. Then you have your you have your cathedrals of your Catholic Church. When you walk in, there's a red door and it's pointed like this because you're walking into the feminine. Everything goes back to Babylon, the worship of the feminine. God's door and it's pointed like this because you're walking into the feminine. Everything goes back to Babylon, the worship of the feminine goddess of
Yep, that's what they do too. All these little sidetracks and lies and deception, it'll lead you right back to worshiping fallen angels, like Satan or Semiramis. It'll lead you back to some worshiping some demon, right? Because when you're off with the Most High, I mean, if you're not following what the Most High in the heavens and Christ set up, I mean, you're following Satan, right? So it's not hard. Christ said it himself: two masters, Most High and Christ in the Bible, or Satan. So if you're off, if you're deceived, ignorant, or you're off, I mean, you're just following Satan, ignorant or not. So.
The goddess of fertility. The feminist, the women reproduction organ is the worship when you come to the moon and all that. It all goes back to that in symbolism. It has nothing to do with the Most High. Okay, it's taking the focus. And guess what? The earth is doing exactly what the Most High said would happen when people begin to look at the moon only. And I'm going to show you, because where you think the word lunatic comes from?
From those, well, I don't know, but let me tell you that
lunar
experience being in conflict with hearing different lunar calendars, I kind of
lunatic. Lunatic is when your mind is out of order because it's in conjunction with the moon. It's lunatic. That's where you get lunatic from. Yeah. Actually.
Yeah.
Because why?
Yeah.
Listen, common sense goes out the window. You keep talking about the moon, and they only give you 354 days, but yet your body every year is operating off a 364-day or 365-day clock if you want to believe the Gentiles. And you ain't even thinking about the 10 days missing with the moon. That's lunatic.
Yeah.
So you tell me what days the holy days fall in according to the moon, well, you can tell me where those 10 days went.
Good question. I mean, like
Lunatic.
yeah.
So I'm not saying that in Sirach isn't true, because it's true. But there's different signs of the moon in proximity of those 10 days that comes in when she follows the sun. So those signs are there, but you won't even know what sign to look for, because you're looking to the moon for everything. So you don't even know when the signs are coming on certain holy days.
Yeah.
But I've been to Passover, and there was a red moon. Okay.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I add to this, like.
Yeah, I've been to a Passover, and there was a red moon. I've been to a Passover, and there was a full moon. But it still was in proximity of the 364-day cycle where the moon follows the sun. Get that calendar, young man. Thank you, brother.
I won't.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, well, I wanted to ask another thing. So now that I know that the moon, I mean, for example, we're not supposed to totally rely on the moon, but the moon is dependent of the sun. Why there's certain scriptures that seems to be inferring that the moon was used? For example, in Exodus 2:2, when Moses' mother hid him for 3 months, and over there it says,
See what, brother, I think you're emphasizing things out of context.
Exactly. It's like we just broke down what the whole moon thing is. So it's like you're out of context at that point. Like obviously, if you're following the moon, you're completely off. You're dealing with fallen angels and demons. So when you go into these verses and you think it's talking about the moon, it's not. It's just not. So people are just, they got no precepts. They got no they're out of context.
We're not, listen, no one is saying that the moon isn't important according to its function.
True.
It's not one or the other. The moon is important. But you cannot use it to keep time according to the
Yeah, you can't use it to keep time or Sabbaths or nothing. Calendars and shit, new months or whatever.
years, because it's 354 days in a calendar lunar year. That's lunatic. So the moon is used for what it's used for. We're not saying it's useless. But now you got to put the moon in its proper context with it following the moon. And guess what? If you took your time to just focus on the sun like this, you'll be surprised how many scriptures that highlights the sun. When the Most High had it where the sun stood still so that we can actually win a war coming out in the wilderness.
Yep,
and it's written in the book of Jasher when the Most High had the sun stand still, which means the moon stood still too, so that we have enough light to win a war.
Mm-hmm.
So it depends on what you want to focus on. Just if you were to look up moon, yeah, the moon is important, but it's not one against the other. All right? The moon is important.
Yeah.
But it's not used to calculate holy days. It's not used to calculate Sabbaths. Common sense would tell you that, because it comes up 10 days short.
Yeah. Okay. I'm starting to understand the bigger picture. Just I also came across like other sources, and just only wanted to get a better understanding of it.
Well, I hope that helps, brother. But listen, the fact that we're actually just talking about following the holy days, not knowing how to calculate it outside of the pagan holidays, is a step in the right direction. You have to realize, young man, I once, decades ago, followed the moon because the Most High didn't give us this information back then. So we would go to the Jewish calendar to follow it because that's the most we had to understand it. only to find out that the Jewish holy days are Babylonian too, and have nothing to do with the holy days written of in the Bible. So saying you're going to follow the Passover and all of that is a step in the right direction. But understand,
True.
what the Jewish people are doing is Babylonian, and it's one of the reasons we went into captivity following. Now the Most High is putting us back on proper time, starting with Sabbaths. All right? And that's why we have that calendar. Get that calendar?
Yeah.
It'll be wrapped up in a bow for you. All right?
All right. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank God, and I'll praise the Most High God. Thank you, Elder Lawyer, and I meant to say Elder Raka and Elder Lawyer for taking your time to take my questions, and God willing.
All day. And let me tell you, it's futile debating some of these people online because they're too proud to say they're wrong. And let me tell you this, the reason why, listen, and one thing that I can say for sure why the Most High have carried and brought this ministry to what it is, we were never at a point in which we were going to hold on to something that was wrong. Once the Most High showed us better and gave us correct information, we would go before the people and correct it. Right? So these brothers out there are too proud, but they'll switch it up, but they won't announce that they went against it at first. They'll announce it as if it's some new revelation, but won't admit that they were going against our church when we were trying to show them better years before they begin to present it. The example, since 2000, 2-3, even well before YouTube and all that, the Lord showed me a long time ago. Even before that, 2002, the Most High showed me that the South Pacific, the people in South Pacific, according to the scriptures, Deuteronomy 33 and Genesis, and in the book of Genesis 49, that the people from South Pacific, the Fijis, Hawaiians, and all that, were Israelites. Right? And I put that online. When I got on YouTube, I put it online for everybody, and those same groups were attacking me, saying no, they were Japheth. And then, out of nowhere, a couple of years ago, IUIC tells everyone that South Pacific Islanders are Israelites from the tribe of Naphtali. When they were against it when we were teaching it.
Yeah.
Right? So again, if they get a chance to look at this, what we're teaching right now, they'll put away the moon because they'll know it comes in 10 days short, and eventually they'll do the same thing they did with the South Pacific teaching that we were teaching before. Yeah. A matter of fact, 2009, we put out the Star of Moloch and told people it's not the Star of David. They were all coming against us again, coming against us, even though we had proof we gave the proof that it's a Star of Moloch and it's a Jewish symbol for child sacrifice and had nothing to do with our people, and they fought us against that initially. You had IUIC and others with the Star of David on. We got pushback. We got pushback from them. But next thing you know, quietly, Tahar from GMS and Nathaniel, who was with another bigger guy at that time, stopped wearing the Star of David.
Wow.
But they never came back and said, brothers, I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about pushing back on that. Right? And this is one of many situations. One of many situations. Baptism. We told them, unless you get baptized, you cannot enter the name of the Most High. They tried to argue with the name of the Most High and was right there when he told Moses. We got pushback. Instead of them seeing the name and going with it, and they was calling him Yahweh at the time. And that's IUIC. They was calling him Yahweh. Instead of just taking the name that they were learning through the church and putting down Yahweh, they just said nobody knows the name of the Most High and following the law is more important than it.
Really? I didn't know that.
See? Instead of just admitting that they were wrong, they put down a name that they were using to put down the Christian church with. Right? Because y'all don't know the Most High's name. His name is Yahweh. But as soon as we came with the name of the Most High, they dropped the names all together and started calling them Jesus.
Oh.
Right? And I'm going to tell you, years before that, I was teaching on the street, Tazadakia, who made I don't know, the Most High took him. He's gone now. I'm Little Recall on the corner, and he come with a band of people to try to stop me from teaching on the streets well before it was YouTube. That's 2008 or 2009 when that happened. And even I told them the name of the Most High, one-on-one to the side, and they were looking at me like I was crazy. Okay? So again, one thing about truth, brother, I'm going to tell you this. You stand with truth, and eventually time tells the truth. And one thing no man of the Most High can ever be is so close into a doctrine where it stops you from seeing the Most High and Christ. Any man or woman who believes in truth understand that you cannot get locked into a doctrine. That eventually you have to admit you're wrong to grow and learn. We started teaching, we taught baptism because the Most High told us we had to. This is how Christ chooses his in the earth who repent of their sins. And he showed an example before John to be baptized before the world, even though the Pharisees and scribes rejected it. Well, the Pharisees and scribes, they knew they were Israelites, but they didn't want to admit that the baptism of John was right. Why? Because there was a baptism amongst the priesthood of washings. And they didn't want to reject what they learned back then to accept the new. The way these Israelites reject baptism. They're trying to say it's done away with. Well, why did Christ do it? And if he did it and you claim you're Christ, you claim you're in Christ, why would you reject it if you're not an antichrist? See? But instead of them just putting the baptism all together and follow Christ, because you can't say you're united in Christ and reject the baptism. When people come to them because we're baptizing, they'll say, well, we'll do it if you want to. You don't have to, but if you want to join us, we'll do it for you. Okay?
Okay. You talk about your congregation. Sorry, I got lost for the
no, what I'm saying is, brother, listen to me. Everything they're teaching, I was teaching with them. Just as they want to get, they want to stay in their pride and not realize and recognize that a lot of what we've been teaching is from Christ. We don't care about membership. We don't care about how many people join. No, it's them choosing Christ's kingdom, but their pride won't allow them to accept it because in their mind, they'll think, well, the people heard this first over there with the Gathering of Christ Church. Instead of saying, you know what? Let me get on board with this because it's Christ's doctrine, regardless of Gathering of Christ Church, so our people can have the truth, and one day that truth can unite us under Christ's doctrine. That's why I pointed that out. So they always look at me, okay. They always see this church as this rogue Israelite group that want to do things differently. Not realizing everything that we're teaching is from Christ. And we'll never teach anything that's incorrect. And if we find that we're teaching something incorrect, we'll tell the people and correct it. The holy days they're following are incorrect. The names they're using are incorrect. If they deny the baptism, they will not make it into the kingdom of heaven because they'll stop up the kingdom of heaven for those who will go in where they're not entering themselves. And I'll end it there.
Okay.
My brother.
Thank God, and thank you, Elder Rakah.
Shalom.
Shalom. Yeah. I look forward towards the next meeting, God willing. Most High willing.
All right. Well, brother, get in the academy, brother. You got a sharp mind. Let us, through the Spirit of Christ, help shape your path. You won't regret it. All right? Excellent call. Bless you.
So many things to learn.
Oh, brother, hey, just take one thing at a time. Shalom.
Sorry?
Learn one thing at a time. You're good, young man. You'll be good. Shalom. All right. We'll end it with this one right here, Elder Lloyd.
Hello?
What's going? What?
Okay, let's go. All right, I'm about to end it. Read the Bible outside religion influence. Read the Bible. Read the Bible.